as well start streaming. Hold up. Okay, are we here? I think we are. Don't mind me. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Hopefully, you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to make things work. I'm just trying to make things work. Okay, yeah, this should be good. So, I'll explain what's going on here very shortly, but the gist is so the gist is up here we're going to be reading, and down here I'm going to be uh, taking notes. So, Distortion Detective by Project Moon in my note taking software. Because I found out that I just cannot. I forget most plot details, so it would be very helpful to like I read like I don't know a page or like 2 pages worth of information, then I take it down as notes and comment out my thoughts while chatting to you all. So even though this will uh make me take much more time in times of reading and digesting, but it should work better in retaining the stuff I do read. And I was thinking, hey, I really need to start taking notes for the stuff, for the information and stuff I do care about. So this is going to be a good start if I start doing it on stream, and then slowly start applying this to my normal life as well. But yeah, yes, there we go. Do tell if everything's all right, and I can hide this as well. And no, not that. I can hide this as well. You know, so it'd just be the game, and we can hear the game. So before we actually go on and do something, it would be best that if we actually yes, if you start playing the game, shall we? I have done everything that I needed to do. It should be good, but before that, let me just very quickly. I'll be right back. Yeah, as you can see, I was setting up the stream till like the last second, that's why. But yeah, I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Give me 2 minutes, actually. Oh, that. Did I not do that? Weird. Wait, did I? When the fuck did I close the? Okay, I'm gonna need to see what's happening. I swear I didn't close this. What happened? Bro. Don't mind me, the model's glitching out apparently. Weird. Anyways, flipping. There we go. We're back. We're back. We are indeed back. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Masquerada, Roy, as well as Luxin, all of you. And Rimashi, welcome, every one of you. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to... Okay, forward this to here. Okay. There we go. And let me just announce that I am streaming over on Discord. Where is it? Thank you. Now we're good to go. Forgot to do this. Yeah, I was just doing stuff. Anyways. We have almost enough lunacy for 200 pulls. Hey, that's nice. That is definitely nice. Well, I'm just mostly saving the lunacy for like until the unit interests me, or I pull on the World Biggest Banner, which is a bit more likely. But yeah, that's about it. As you can see, we do need to do our dailies, so all the World Watchers that are watching this right now, be prepared for like 10 minutes of dailies, really. That should be it. Alright, make one module, then go in the laxatives, into here. Okay, clear the selection.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
복제팀의 협조가 필요한 거지. 가시죠. 복제팀.
말뚝을 흑수, 불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Anyways, how are you all doing? I was busy doing stuff on the Discord, then woke up late, and then trying to find where am I gonna read Distortion Detective. So it has been quite a bit. Let's just say it has definitely been quite a bit. Yeah, that's well, this sucks. I mean the relative value of these two things are the same, to be fair. So might as well go.
짝패군요.
Yeah, it'll still give you one, so that's cool.
앵화.
Although I could have just used the counter there. Anyways. Yes.
일기당천.
But yeah, that's just what I've been doing
그 오물을
for the most part. And yesterday I forgot to set up today's stream simply because I was too busy. I mean, honestly, too busy wasting my time watching some YouTube videos, and also playing Code Wayne. Oh man, it's weird. I am more interested in watching videos of the game I am playing currently than playing the damn game. I don't know. It's just sometimes it happens to me. I'll get into a game. It's cool. I really like it. But then, instead of playing it, I'll be like, okay, let's watch 2 videos, and then down another rabbit hole I go. Anyways. Where's the audio? Yeah. Tune down a bit of the audio, thank you. Resume. There we go. Yep.
받아볼 텐가.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
이것밖에 못하나.
Did you remember to squeeze your juice bar? What do you mean?
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터. 허술하군.
좋아. 코이. 헛! 3코. 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
Ah, yeah, I know. I didn't remember to do that. I'll do that after this. Why not? Yeah, sure. I'll definitely do that after this.
날카롭고
자세가
정확하게.
멀어졌네. 자비에 감사하군.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
빈틈투성이군.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는
Right,
팁이다.
there we go. The threads. I cannot be bothered, so I'll just yes. Thank you.
오늘도 멋지게 발광하지 않았는가?
And then 10 modules. There we go. That's all the dailies done. For the most part. Oh. Well, this is a little disappointing. 1 enemy left. I'll do something later on. Anyways. I'll keep the game open in case I need to come back to it later. But here we are. I mean, sorry, not here we are. Where is it? Yes, here we are. Put down. Okay. Put down this to here. There we go. Hide the game. I mean, I guess still keep on the game. And then do this. Okay. We should be good to go. And there's a lot of tabs open, to be fair. And okay, right, here's my note taking. Okay, I think I can turn down the size. Yeah, that should be it. Why not? We're good to go. Put this here. And now should be good to do everything. There we go. Right. So I can see. Okay, so chapter 1, we're gonna be okay. Today's goal is to reach until chapter either 16 or 20 if we can. But with the amount of notes I may be taking, it might be a little too much. Maybe. Okay. Can you all see when I type here? Hold on. I need to check. Where is the... Yeah, here it is. Oh, okay, you can't, unfortunately. Huh. I'm gonna have to be constantly switching over, huh? I really didn't think out this part, not gonna lie. Okay, you know what? If that's the case, enjoy the scuff, guys, of not properly setting this up, and I should have, or could have. But there you go. Yeah, one more. That should be it. 140%. And now, okay. Go in the filters. Yes, thank you. Alrighty. You won't be able to see much, but still. Should be fine. Should be fine. You all will see the notes later on. Okay, if that's the case, then hold on. No, not this. Hold on. All of the World Watchers you can skip for like, I'd say quite a bit. Yeah, get rid of 300 on the top. Alright, this should be good. Also, while I can scroll, it won't let me. I mean, I can't really when the entire page is empty, so, you know, this is gonna be something. Okay, hold the fucking phone. If I just do this. There was no need to crop so much. Anyways. Yes. Wait, no. You saw nothing. Yes, you also saw nothing. Okay. There we go. There it is. Bring it down. Again. Eliminate the bottom. Yeah, sure. Bring it down again. So yeah, this should be much better. Because if I... Because yeah, I can type here. And then call it a day. You know what? Yes. Thank you. There we go. Alrighty, we're good to go. We're finally good to go. We're finally good to go. Nice. Okay, let's continue finally. Yep, put it here. Put it down. Hey, so chapter 1. I can see the Distortion Detective. If anything goes wrong, do be sure to inform me, chat, because I can't keep overlooking what's happening on my Discord. Anyways, so the Distortion Detective it is. There's cause, explanation, understanding, and acknowledgement. Project Moon official. This was released in February? No. Wait, what? 29th Feb of 2020. Okay. I I can see the distortion, and the distortion can occur to anyone. I don't exactly know who coined the term distortion for the phenomenon, but people just started calling it that at some point. No one knows how it works, but the experience so far suggests that this phenomenon is a manifestation of strong emotional desires and explosive surges of feeling. This phenomenon is a manifestation of strong emotional desires and explosive surges of feeling. The pianist who, or rather which, wreaked havoc on District 9. Ah, okay. So that happened on District 9. Gotcha. Is known as one of the most notable cases of the distortion. Not many are aware that smaller cases of the distortion are happening here and there across the city even now. A person turning into a fish and another one's eyes being dyed with the hues of the sky are two such examples. Okay. The distortion appears to me as visual distortions in a literal sense. Although I can see them, they aren't tangible. In the case of a person whose upper body gradually turned into that of a fish, I could clearly observe scales growing on their body. I could clearly observe scales growing on their body. Yet when I touched their skin, I could only feel the soft sensation of normal human skin. Oh, hearing this much, one might think the distortion is merely an illusion. Well, that would mean I'm simply delusional and suffering from hallucinations. However, I've taken up this job because that is not the case. I'm chasing after the distortion. It's secretive yet explicit, and it proceeds slowly. For example, the fish person I mentioned earlier, who was dubbed the merfolk. Merfolk? Oh. Uh, I feel like I. Have I seen? Okay. Underwent gradual change such as having their eyes protrude, gills appear, and scales grow out of their skin. When their upper body almost completely morphed into the form of a fish, the change physically manifested in a moment's notice. Only then could others see what had become of merfolk and physically feel the fishy features of their body. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. The merfolk, case 5, was originally a villager in District 19. District 19? Wait, what was District 19? District 9 would be H, and then District 19 would be yeah, I'm bad at counting the alphabet. Anyways, District 19's fishing hamlet, who was subject to constant abuse. It seemed that they spent most of their time staring into the Great Lake. Ah, Yuko, gotcha. Yearning to escape from their current life. My conclusion is that they desired to be free from their agonies and saw the lake as a getaway, and that strong longing for water ultimately distorted them into the merfolk. Of course, there are many other complicated factors involved, but I'll omit the details since the merfolk is not the main subject of my story. Alright, I think this entire paragraph is good to take notes of, so let's start off by writing the protagonist of the story. Ignore all of the what's it called, typos. I'm gonna be spell checking every single one. The protagonist of the story can see the distortions before they occur. The distortions as a gradual transformation before it manifests in reality. As in reality. Yeah. As a gradual transformation before it manifests in reality, when others would be, when normally others would be able to uh, observe said phenomenon. Okay, that's the main thing we got out of here. At at the the current point in time, distortions are understood to be a manifestation resulting from strong emotional desires and explosive surges of things. I think that's the yeah, that's the point. This released roughly in the halfway point of Runa's development. That's interesting. But still. Okay, those are the two things I wanted to note down. Anything else I want to note down? I could feel the soft sensation of a normal human skin. Okay. The merfolk. Yeah. That's about it. I'll note down the examples after later. Alright, let's continue. My work is to look out for cases of the distortion and prevent them. In fact, the progress of the distortion varies for each person. Ever since I gained this ability to see omens of the distortion with my eyes, I cannot see a single person who is not distorted. Who is not distorted in one way or another. Once again, I don't have a deeper understanding of the phenomenon or anything. I simply started seeing it one day and could notice it earlier than others. Since I can see the signs in advance, I do my best to warn people to take preventative measures before it manifests. That is my job. Alright. Gotcha. Hello, Kotos Plays. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. I was hired by a firm that had lost several of its staff to the so-called Ascension incident and sought out the employees whose eyes were filled with the sky's colors. The firm advised them to wear sunglasses. The idea was to give them sunglasses so that they couldn't keep the scenery of the sky in their eyes. The idea of giving them sunglasses so that they couldn't keep the scenery of the sky in their eyes was so outlandish, it made me chuckle. The sky no longer being blue for them didn't have much positive impact on their boring lives, but at least they didn't evaporate anymore. Okay. Wait, what? I am a little lost, but I'm gonna be trying my best to comprehend. The people who used to look up at the sky started looking down instead. Perhaps they still wanted to get closer to the sky by going up to the rooftop, or maybe they were just one of the many who chose to jump to death. Oh, aye. The city isn't too interested in what happens after a case has been solved. All they need to know is if the deaths were understandable or not. I'm not a charity worker, so I don't bother looking into cases of the distortion. I wasn't asked to investigate either. Okay, interesting start. Huh. Hired by a firm which has so-called several of its staff to be the so-called Ascension incident, and sought out employees whose eyes were filled with the sky's colors. The firm advised them The director used this as a way of finding his writing style. Okay. I need to give them sunglasses. The sky no longer being blue for them didn't have much positive impact on the building lights, but at least they didn't evaporate anymore. They would have evaporated? Very interesting. So we hear of... Okay. We get to know of a few cases of distortions, like case 5 in, what was it? Case 5, yeah. In District 19, U-Corp, Corp, Corp, Merfolk. Alrighty. And what's the next one? And then there was... And... Okay, I guess the case isn't mentioned. Anyways, case 13. Balloon People. This case was rather explosive. I titled this case Balloon People because people's heads quite literally expanded like balloons until they went pop. This cold explosion would cover everything within a 10-meter radius with blood and blow to pieces everyone in the range as well. Oh, a company in Ocorp's Nest finally asked for my help after suffering 5 instances of those balloon people. After some investigation, I found out that all occurrences of this distortion had one thing in common. They all worked in the service industry. Oh. And balloon people. And balloon people. Hello, Lumily Light. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Yes, I am the literate guy. I will be reading Distortion Detective, as well as taking notes about stuff that I find intriguing and trying to write it in my own words so that I do retain the information. So, it's not just going to be a simple voiceover of me just reading stuff and interacting with chat, because I'm also taking notes. This may as well take like 1 or 2 more streams. I don't know, but hey, that's what I'm gonna be doing. So do be ready if I'm silent for like a minute or 2 while I'm writing these notes. Case 5 and balloon people in Ocorp. People in Ocorp. Alrighty. I don't think... After going through an entire chapter, I'll write a bit more of my notes, like fixing some mistakes, rephrasing certain parts. But yeah. To interpret a distortion, you need to combine multiple pieces of evidence. This process consists of 4 steps: cause, explanation, understanding, and acknowledgement. First, investigate the possible causes of the distortion and construct a clear explanation that covers the causal relationship in convincing manner. Then make the subject understand why they're going through the distortion. And have them acknowledge that they could fully distort at this rate. If all of these steps succeed, the case is closed. The distortion is considered solved if the subject regresses to a form that looks human enough to me. Huh. Those who become the balloon people used to work in emotionally intense fields such as delivery carries, nurses, and call center clerks. Particularly, call center clerks had the largest average explosion radius of 16 meters. Some inquiries revealed that another company had subcontracted all customer service calls to one call center. The clerk's job was to record the claims from clients and send those records to that company. The problem lay in this process. The call center clerks lacked any expertise in the subjects of those complaints, yet they had to endure heaps of insults from their clients, even though there was no use lashing out at them. The clerks were treated like emotional garbage cans, hearing all kinds of abusive language and even threats from clients. Oh. Uh huh. Okay. Service workers are compelled to put on a smile and a cheery voice while being a punching bag for others, having no way to vent out their own distress. Such stress would naturally accumulate over time. This resulted in their heads inflating like balloons, all the while they maintained a facade of serenity. They'd end up exploding once their stress reached a breaking point. From that point, my work is simple. I made a list of clerks whose heads appeared inflated to me and sent that to the company. Those clerks then lost their jobs. The company didn't bother investing any time or effort into shrinking their heads. My work often ends before I can enter the stages of understanding and acknowledgement. Well, but okay, pretty realistic, let's just say. Pretty realistic for the city, to be fair. I'll write about this. Okay. Yeah, I'll write about this when I mean, it's okay. I've only gotten through like about half of the chapter, so I may as well start writing it. Right, Merfolk. Hmm. Being a case where a villager in District 19. Where was it? Here, right? Okay, no. Yeah. Who was subject to abuse. Most of the time, most of the subjects time was spent staring at the Great Lake and developing a longing for a not longing, yearning to escape their predicament. which which ended up leading to them transforming into a merfolk. I think that's a sufficient enough paragraph. Does the city have airplanes? Uh Great question. I have no clue since it was one of the what's it called? To our knowledge, no. But it was one of the things that was brought up in Leviathan as like a we see an airplane going ahead in a mirror world, which is very interesting. Let's just say extremely interesting. There's the merfolk thing. Okay, now it's the balloon people. Yeah. Balloon people. Okay, balloon people was a case. Was a case in which people's heads were inflating like a balloon and popping a in tens of meters of radius taking everything taking down everyone in its range. Okay. The main cause was identified to be the main cause. The main, not the main cause, but the main relation identified. Wait, how do I phrase this? Although all the occurrences of this distortion were in this were people in the service industry. Okay, there we go. The cause for this is the stress people have to endure be working in said industry. The cause for this is the stress people have to endure to be working, not walking, working in said industry. Alrighty. Mm-hmm. Okay. Call center clerks had the largest average explosion radius of 60 meters. So contracted all customer service calls to one call center. Called the claims from the clients and send those recruits to that company. When, okay, they reach a breaking point, and their stress reaches a breaking point, they pop. Yeah, I think that's about it. A little about the merfolk. Alrighty. I don't think I need to do anything else at the moment. Alright. Service workers, yeah, I already read this. So for this detective, so to speak, a lot of their job doesn't end up fully going to the understanding and acknowledgement part. It's just we get the cause and explanation, and then the company fires all the clerks, which is, yeah, standard city corporation behavior. Okay, simply interpreting the distortion doesn't resolve the fundamental issue. Their stress is bound to explode in one way or another. However, such matters didn't concern my clients much. All they cared about was maintaining this abnormal status quo and evading responsibility for the distortion, not the cause behind it. I suppose the same can be said of me. I can't help but keep thinking that we are all missing something important. I believe I'll be chasing after the distortion for a while, as every single thing appears distorted to my eyes. Right now, I'm looking into a mirror. To my eyes, I'm the only one who doesn't appear distorted. In a world full of distorted people, could the one person who remains unchanged be the distorted one? As I look at all the distorted people, the distorted streets, and this distorted city, that was a lot of distortions, I come to think that maybe the whole world is distorted. I can't fathom what would happen once the distortion of this world continues and reaches a critical point. Until then, I'll stay ever vigilant for the distortion. I am the Distortion Detective. Okay. Interesting. So it's the halfway point for the website. Alright. Okay, so opinion on the first chapter before we maybe revise some of our notes. I'd say it's a good starting chapter. Start explaining the phenomenon, giving a few examples of the cases, explaining some of the reasoning behind it, and how the companies or the employers for these things deal with it, dodging responsibility, which is that's the main thing they're good at. We got our premise, a good premise setting chapter. That's hard by but okay, and we have a detective who's doing this job for different companies. Of course. And the case is considered solved if the subject regresses to a form that looks human enough to me. Alrighty then. Yeah, I'd say a good premise building chapter. Anything else I wanted to write? Yeah. And normally others. Okay. There's something about distortion, about merfolk balloon people. Yep. We did that. Yeah. I should write. Okay, I should write how the companies deal with it. The the standard, yeah, standard procedure for the corporations in this city to deal with said distortions are to dodge responsibility for the stress factors they would be inducing into the lives of people who are nearing distortion slash have distorted and here it's lives, not lives, of people who are nearing distortion slash have distorted. Corporations in this city is to deal with said distortions by dodging responsibility or stress they would be inducing in the lives of people for stress they have induced in the lives of people who are nearing distortion or have distorted. And in her words, to maintain a abnormal status quo. To maintain this abnormal, okay, status quo. Okay, to maintain this abnormal status quo. At the moment. I think, yeah, I don't think this paragraph needs a rewrite, so continuing on, I should probably add, when the protagonist looks into the mirror, they know that they are the only one who does not appear to be distorted in their eyes. Everyone else does. Alrighty. This is the mirror. They know that they are the only ones who do not appear to be distorted in their eyes. Everyone else does. Does. Which raises which raises a fundamental question about who is the distorted one here. Okay, that's it. I think that's about it. So main key points that I wanted to point out and wrote down were: the protagonist of the story can see the distortions as a gradual transformation before it manifests in reality, and normally others would be able to observe said phenomenon. Wait, as a gradual transformation before it manifests in reality, only when others would be able to observe said phenomenon. At the current point in time, distortions are understood to be a manifestation resulting from strong emotional desires and explosive surges of feeling. We get to know of a few cases of distortions, like case 5 in District 19, called Murphy, and case, let me link the case as well, it was case 13, right? Hold on. Yeah, case 13. Case 13, balloon people in Orcorp. Merfolk being a case, I described the two cases, Merfolk and balloon people, which stood out to me. Merfolk being a case where a villager in District 19 was a subject to abuse. Most of the subject's time was spent staring at the Great Lake and developing a yearning to escape the predicament, which ended up leading to them transforming to a merfolk. Balloon people was a case in which people's heads were inflating like a balloon and popping in tens of meters of radius. And popping in a radius of tens of meters, taking down everyone in its range. All the occurrences of this distortion were people in the service industry. The cause for this is the stress people have to endure to be working in said industry. When their stress reaches a breaking point, they pop. Standard procedure for the corporations in the city is to deal with said distortions by dodging responsibility for stress they have induced in the lives of people who are nearing distortion/have distorted, to maintain this abnormal status quo at the moment. When the protagonist looks into the mirror, they note that they are the only one who do not appear to be distorted in their eyes. Everyone else does, which raises a fundamental question about who is the distorted one here. Alright, I think that's a good enough recap, and I did take some points of interest. I won't. I'd not go too much into detail because there's a lot of detail here, right? Just so I can remember stuff and the key points. Now we move on to chapter 2, self-contradiction. Oh, then let's go. Chapter 2, self-contradiction. Moses and Ezra. Well then, let's note it down. Here. Okay, come on. Chapter 2, which is contradiction. Right? Let's read. You idiot. I quietly murmured, grinding my teeth. Erza had done it again. I told her numerous times not to ask sensitive questions to the subjects of the distortion. Erza then whispered to me, Detective, what do we do? Sorry, Chief, my niche isn't very street wise yet. You see, oh, you lovely young sprout. What do you mean, the detective? Are you seeing stuff again? Poor little thing. The master. Wait, what? Not chief. Oh, that was chef. Bruh. I have no clue who's who and what. I'll just go with my normal voice. To be fair. So you're just a couple of nut jobs. If you disrupt my business with bullocks, again, I'm gonna call security. The master chef yelled, although this restaurant was too small and shabby for such luxurious titles. Oh. Right. Yes, I'll teach my little gal here to behave. Is this the same character saying the same thing? Alrighty. Okay, so Erza messed up. Isn't really streetwise, you see. That's the chef. This is probably what's it called? Moses. Uh-huh. Yes, I'll teach the little gal here to behave. Are you insane? Did you really have to say out loud, wow, the food here is just as disgusting as the sanitization? Who taught you to cook in a small restaurant that's not seeing too many guests? Oh, okay. But it really did taste horrible. You think we're here to enjoy the food? You're supposed to carefully look around for clues. Just cram the food in your mouth before the chef finds us suspicious. This food has got to be the cause of the disappearance. I bet the revolting taste drove them crazy in them and made them wonder. I'm cutting your sound. Damn, okay. What? By 25%. Detective, please, no! I took a pipe out of my inner coat pocket. The case may be stuck for the moment, but it should end well somehow. With such optimism, I started smoking. I'm a fixer from District 14, a decently experienced Grade 5, currently working for 7, the association specializing in intelligence and investigation operations. I solve mysteries for a living, though most of these unsolved cases are about the distortion anyway. The city still seems to be mostly clueless about the distortion. I simply jumped into the budding niche earlier than others thanks to my cursed talent, seeing people's distortions. Okay, so Moses is a fixer from District 14, a grade 5 one at that, working for 7 Association. Okay. Gotcha. Very interesting. So what did the chef look like to you, detective? The lower half of their body was that of a snake, and hands were attached on its tails. It had about 7 tails, if I remember correctly. The lower half was a snake, so the upper half was a a person, and the hands were attached on its tails. So does each tail have like 2 heads? I'm trying to make up the mental image in my mind. It's what's up with their upper body? Was it human? Yep, I could see a human in a filthy chef's uniform. Does that mean the distortion has progressed by about half? Maybe it'll manifest in a week or so. It could very well happen tonight, judging from the circumstances. The mouth on one of the tails was salivating and twitching quite intensely. Oh. Oh, there's a mouth on the tail. Anyway, we're dealing with a reptilian, right? Let's see. A Stigma Workshop product would work. You always pick expensive gadgets. The pattern of the distortion has been changing lately. The manifestations are getting faster. No, to be precise, the distortion has started to manifest even while people are unconscious. That's right, their bodies distort in their sleep. Oh. Yeah, I never knew how said distortion worked, but. So the distortion can work by. So you could go to sleep and then get distorted. Right? That's. Well, that's something, isn't it? Anyways, moving on. This seems to happen with people who are half distorted from what I can see. A sloppy monster can only cause sloppy trouble. The Zoe Association gave my office a request. Ah! People have been disappearing at night inside a certain hotel in the area the association has been safeguarding. Aha! Recording was forbidden in the back streets of District 14, so there's no video footage available. The hotel only has 2 entrances, the main gate and the back door through the kitchen. None of the missing guests were seen leaving through the main gate. The hotel wasn't assaulted by a syndicate either, which was obvious considering that the Zoe were in charge of that area. Oh yeah, the Zoe Association, the bodyguarding association, I remember now. Okay, so there's 2 entrances, the main gate and the back door through the kitchen. Probably the back door through the kitchen. Detective, maybe something's really up with the kitchen? Its chef was the most distorted person around, so it's plausible. The night sets and night. Wait. The sun sets and night falls. We infiltrated the hotel restaurant. The fairy I spent a fortune on enters the keyhole and opens the door for us. Fairy I spent a fortune on. Sometimes singularities feel much more like monsters than the half-baked creatures born from the distortion. Aha. Wait, was that a single? Okay. I see that Moses is well connected. Wow, are they having a party or something? What are they eating? Under a red light, skinless hunks of flesh were sitting around a table, eating something. The only dish on the table was something that looked like a. Oh. Erza was completely entranced. I smacked her in the chest as quietly as I could. Eh. I gave Erza a handkerchief so she could cover her nose. Keep it tight. We're heading to the kitchen now. Huh. Okay, so interesting. We already got distortions, and these are the same. Somebody's being affected here. So I mean, almost switched to my region, mother tongue. Somebody being affected here in the sense that what's it called? I mean, somebody's affecting these guys, I should say. Not being affected here. Somebody's affecting these guys. Huh. Alright. Skinless humans eating trash. Well, that's a sight. Leaving behind the feast, we crawled toward the kitchen. A long line of people waited in front of it. Okay. Those were the people reported to be missing. They entered the kitchen one by one, and then human-shaped flesh hunks walk out, each carrying a leather sack. They bring it to their table and eat from it. Oh, that's... So they go in the kitchen and then come out as human-shaped flesh hunks carrying a leather sack. Okay. Interesting. Well, I'll be right back. Don't mind me. Just need to be right back in a bit. Hold on a second. Okay. We are back for about, let's say, what's it called? Yeah, 2 minutes. Back for 2 minutes. Anyways, you know, I kind of might as well, while I'm writing notes and not reading anything, just keep the, what's it called, the background music of the game, the menu music going. So, right. Let's start writing, shall we? What do we know so far? We get to know about Erza and Moses. We learn the name of the protagonist and her sidekick, I guess, from what it seems like. Sidekick, Moses and Erza. I think it was, right? It was a Z, right? No, wait. It's Ezra, not Erza. Why was I always pronouncing it as Erza? It's Ezra. Ezra was our dawn before dawn. Hello, please welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and you have a good time on stream. Welcome. As you can see, I have a whole setup here where I'll read, and then intermittently I'll take some notes, and then at the end of the chapter I'll either rephrase the notes and add a few points, and then we'll move on to the next chapter, so that I retain the information I read, and whenever I need to come back to it, I have something to come back to. And also better information retention for this game. I mean, this stuff I read, I should say, not this game. So the next thing was... right. The protagonist, Moses, is a decently experienced grade 5 fixer working for the 7 Association. Working for the 7 Association, which specializes in intelligence and investigation. What did the detective look like? Erza appears to be... I could say for... Erza appears to be a... I guess bubbly? Would that be how I would describe Erza? Like a bubbly person? Bubbly. What's the word I'm thinking of? Bubbly and brutally honest. But that is just one instance. It's to be the sidekick working. Yeah. As appears to be the sidekick working under Moses. Under Moses. A bubbly girl with a hint of ruthless honesty. Honesty slash ruthless honesty slash no filter on thoughts. No filter on woods, I guess? Question mark? I guess that's the best we know. At the moment, anyways. And yeah, the beat are back. Just need to get some water. Alrighty, we have the water with us, and it should keep me going for like 2 hours, to be fair, since it's so warm. Yeah, no filter onwards. Okay, huh. How do I... So, I guess that's a good start. Anything else? Maybe something's really up for the kitchen. I should probably try to describe this scene as in... currently working on the case. Yeah. We get to know, yeah, this is another important piece of lore that people can distort in their sleep. So let me note that down. While both are on a case, contracted to them. While both are on a case, by the request of Zway Association. Not Sway. Zway. I think that's the spelling, yeah. Zoe Association. What happened? Oh, right. Association. Bruh. Both are on a case by the request of the Association. Investigating. District 14. Ah, this is an N-Corp. Okay. Right. Investigating Guest disappearances. In. Yeah, you're gonna be seeing a lot of typos here. Oh, it's just. Okay. Investigating guest disappearances in. What was it? Yeah. In District 14. In a District 14 hotel. 14 hotel. End quote. Quote. There we go. Hotel. We get to learn about how the distortion, how the manifestation rate of the distortions have been getting faster, as well as people distorting in their sleep. You get to learn about how the manifestation rate of the distortions have been getting faster, as well as people distorting in their sleep. Okay. This seems to happen with the people who are half distorted from what I can see. So no video footage available. Banned recordings, yep. The main gate in the back door from the kitchen. No missing, yes, okay. Detective, maybe something's really up with the kitchen. The sun sets and the night falls. We infiltrated the hotel restaurant after confirmed. Okay. The ferry I spent a fortune on enters the keyhole and opens the door for us to infiltrate said hotel restaurant. Okay. I think I will continue from here. And then write out a bit more of my notes after a bit. Question, do we want to keep the Limbus company music going? Or turn it down a little? Just as a piece of background music. To not just, for this stream to not just only have, for this stream to not only have my voice, but also the background voice. So it's a bit more, I don't know. There's a bit less dead air in here. I could not get over those words there for a bit, unfortunately. Right, so if you get eaten, you'll be converted into manure once you get into that bedroll. I gave Ursula a handkerchief. I'd say it's good for note taking, right? Yeah, muted right now. As I was completely entranced, I smacked her in the chest as quietly as I could. Yeah, keep it tight, we're heading into the kitchen. Yeah, I already read this. What could they be eating? They go in the kitchen. All the disappeared people, they come back out as human-shaped flesh hunks with a bag, and they start eating from the bag when they sit at a table. Elsa took a Stigma Workshop sword out of her bag. Stigma Workshop sword out of her bag. I pulled out my smoking pipe. The door leading to the kitchen is wide open. And... Alright, so... Okay, so Moses really likes a smoking pipe. I don't know if that's going to be important or not, but sure. People lining up for this sack pay no attention to us. Oh, people lining up for the sack pay no attention to us. They're simply mumbling to themselves. We proceed slowly. We are going in. I can hear the sound of kitchenware at work. The chef is busy cooking something, holding multiple cooking utensils with the hands that are on their tails. What could they be cooking? What are they feeding these people with? Okay, so the chef has the distorted more. Huh. Like the chef has fully distorted, I guess. Here. Detective. People are bowing to the chef to show their heads. The chef is splitting them open and taking something out. It doesn't look like brain. They aren't extracting the brain itself, they're pulling something out of it. Could it be thoughts? How is that possible? That's what the distortion is all about. Unseeable things are materialized. That means they're giving away their thoughts to the chef so the chef can cook them and. Oh. Interesting. The chef also peels their skin to use as the sack. That's pretty wicked. Oh, okay. So these people are going under the influence of distortions into the kitchen. The chef, who's already distorted as a half reptilian, would then extract the thoughts from their brain, cook them up, peel their skin to make the sacks, dump the cooked thoughts into the sack for the skinless human-shaped husks, and then the husks shall exit the kitchen, sit down on the table, and eat their own thoughts. Eat their own cooked thoughts. Okay. Don't know why, but okay. Hello, Symphonic Sci-Fi, and welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Call me 007. Zero suppression, zero successful white knight. 7 memory repository resets. My eyes met the chef's gaze. Hey, you're the insane bunch I saw earlier today. If you want to eat, then line up. The taste is going to be nothing like the stuff you ate before. What are you feeding these people? I'm giving them what they want. I cook thoughts. People these days don't even know what they're thinking, so they need someone else to cook those thoughts up and feed them. Ah, and having no agency or no monitor over the thoughts going on in your head, huh? You've already killed people. The case of the distortion that is capable of murder would be, according to the standards our office set up, a risk level 3 distortion. Ah, risk levels for distortions, okay. That the office has set up. Kill? They aren't dead. They're having a feast, don't you see? Ordinary food isn't enough to make people happy anymore. You gotta know who you are and what kind of world you're living in to truly savor the flavor. This is almost like a cheap urban myth. You've gone too far. Ah, detective, the fleshy things in the restaurant all came in here. You haven't yet. You just haven't tried it yet. I'll show you how your thoughts taste. How does that take them down? The Stigma Workshop sword emits an orange glow. Okay. The wire on its blade heats up. Each time Erza swings the sword, one of the husks of flesh falls to the floor. The heated wire leaves beautiful symbols through the sections it slices. A trademark feature of Stigma Workshop's products, the smell of burnt meat soon fills the kitchen. Well then, a sentient case of the distortion that willingly harms others is ultimately subjected to termination. We sometimes encounter distortions that we can't take down on our own, but most of them can be dealt with in some manner. This kind is especially simple. Have you tried your own cooking then? Self-contradiction. Distortions that damage others while claiming to care for them are bound to face irony. So you're feeding others with a dish you haven't even tried yourself. What makes you so confident in its taste? Hmm? My cooking has to be tasty. All the customers looked sad and sulky even when I served them with the most delicious food before. It's because they didn't think for themselves. You can tell if the food is tasty just from a person's face. Someone who doesn't try their own cooking isn't a real chef. Fine. I'll eat it. I'll eat my own food. There we go. That's the spirit of a true chef. The chef split open their own head. They put their hand into their brain and pulled out something glowy. As soon as the chef was done taking all the thoughts out, they collapsed onto the floor. Just like that, the chef passed away before they could taste their own thoughts. Well then. That was very swift. Detective, I took care of all of them. I'm done with my share too. Should we contact the Zoe Association now? Yeah, just write up a short report. They won't believe all this fuss about cooking thoughts anyway. I'll go get some sleep first. Got it. Then probably proceeding to the next day. Good morning, Detective Moses. You're a bit later than usual, huh? You're a bit later than usual today, huh? I don't know who this is. Is this still Ezra? Sorry, Ezra? Don't know. But I'm just gonna guess. Yeah, the line at Ham Ham Pan Pan. Just in case, you liked mustard, right? Mustard flavor is great. Mustard flavor is great. Ah, this way sent us the reward just now. That quick? It only took them a day. I bet they scammed the paperwork. Scamped the paperwork. Anyway, to sum up this case, it was about an unprecedented, unappreciated cook who wanted to bring joy to the people in his own twisted way. It was a crude story. We had to deal with the distortion on our own a lot more often these days, now that I think about it. We have had to deal with. Okay. Why are the Wings and the other associations so passive about it? Monsters are actually appearing. Because none of them are noteworthy enough to even be an urban plague. Well, the pianist being the sole exception. Still, shouldn't someone do something about this? It's like a ticking time bomb. Okay, so this is Ezra. After reading a bit of a dialogue, okay, now I know. I bet a lot more people die to syndicates than to the distortion. By the way, are you not actually going to cut my salary? You're not actually going to cut my salary, are you? That stupid chef's food really was the cause. Psst, try using that good memory for something better. I can hear you. What the next chapter holds. Ooh. Okay. These are pretty short little nice chapters. The room is breathing. I can feel its respiration, its beat. No one knows how many people this room has devoured. A dying elderly person stands before me, a lonely old person whose breath is fainter than the room's. Forgotten by others, this aged person has brought and taken in people. As the doddering one faded from everyone's memories, so too did the people they took in. Okay. Yeah, sure, why not? So, the case was... Since this is a more of a mystery type setting and novel, while note-taking, now on here, I shall enable this, since we've read Chapter 2. So, quick thoughts. Chapter 2, it's a good first case. It's a good first chapter where we actually get to see some of the work they do and how they solve the case. And some bits and pieces of world building as well thrown in, because why not? Alright, anyways. So, coming down here. Oh, both was on a case. We get to learn, yeah. What would I call this case? Because anything else? You get to see tasting horrible. Turns out that the cause of the disappearing, yeah, the cause for the disappearing people was a chef who has distorted Turns out the cause for the disappearing people was a chef who had distorted trying to find people who chef who had distorted trying to not exactly find people, please people with his cooking while not tasting the food himself. I'm not tasting the food himself. At night, the disappearing people would line up at the kitchen of the at the kitchen in the hotel. At the kitchen in the hotel. Yeah. Completely tranced. Completely taken in. Completely taken in by the food. In by the food. They go in one by one, have their heads split open, thoughts extracted from their brain. From what I remember, there are a couple of chapters that are just art showcases of the characters with some info on them. Interesting. We go in one by one. Have their heads split open, thoughts extracted from the brain. Extracted from the brain. Chef cooks the thoughts people also get skinned and the skin turns and the skin gets turned into A sack. Chef dumps the cooked thoughts into said shack. Not shack, sack. The now human shaped hunks of flesh. The now human shaped hunks of flesh exit kitchen to sit down at a table and eat their own thoughts. The whole situation, the case was resolved by having the distortion is their own self-contradiction of never tasting their food and dying. This could be phrased better, but yeah, the case was resolved. It's a play on food for thought. Aha. It's just been reversed. Thoughts for food. The case was resolved by having the distortion face their own self-contradiction of never tasting their food and dying. I think writing it as a bit of a report would also fit. Okay. That was most of what had happened. Another workshop was mentioned though. Fairy has spent a fortune on enters the keyhole and opens the door for us. Yeah, that's the thing there. Being behind the feast. Okay. Stigma workshop. Stigma workshop sword, and that specifically works really well on reptiles. Is that a good extrapolation? Huh. People lining up for the sack pay no attention to us. Kitchenware. Cheap myth. Alright. The heated wire leaves beautiful symbols through the sections it slices, a trademark feature of Stigma Workshop's products. Okay, you know what? As much as I would want to mention certain things, there are some minor lore details where it's like, this note would be way, way too long if I started doing that, so I'll just keep it to the main points that happened here. Care of him, contact the Soy Association, Panpang mentioned, and then yeah, okay, it is mentioned, I'll write this as the last note, it is mentioned that the distortions aren't a big enough threat yet collectively to be paid. We have seen an example of a stigma weapon. Oh, a stigma workshop weapon. Okay. Oh, it's Virgilius Gladius. It's a stigma workshop weapon. That's interesting. It is mentioned that the distortions aren't a big enough threat yet, collectively, to be paid special attention 2/O taken counter measures against for most of the for most of the corporations in the city. It is mentioned that the distortions aren't a big enough threat yet collectively to be paid special attention to /taken. I mean slash already means or /taken countermeasures against for most of the corporations in the city. Quite the time bomb. Right. Yeah. The pianist. Yeah, I'll mention it here. The pianist was the sole exception. Was the sole exception. There we go. The pianist was the sole exception. And that's chapter 2 done. Yeah, nice chapter. The next chapter is going to be interesting. The photographer. Chapter 3, eh? So let's start writing it. Chapter 3. The photographer. And I simply remember interesting little detail there. It looks like there's gonna be quite a bit. Looks like I'm only gonna be getting through, I don't know, like 10 pages. Sorry, 10 chapters at this point. So I'm gonna have to do 4 separate streams for this. Maybe, who knows. Also, I'll be right back because I'm getting hungry a little earlier. So, yeah, I'll be right back. Anyways, just give me a moment. I should be able to take some food. If there is some food remaining from lunch. Hold on, I'm getting lost in my own series of tabs and such. But hey, if you're enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I've been getting. Thank you very much. I'm gonna be needing to warm up the food, so this is gonna take like 3 minutes, maybe 4. Who knows? But yeah, so I'll be right back. Hey, I have some food now. Alright, let's continue on to chapter 3. So I should be able to do things. Where is it? Right here. There we go. Alright, I'll probably write notes for it. What's it called? At the end of it, I'll read the full chapter. This might be better. Hey, I have the entire stream to try out what might be better. When exactly to take. Okay, let's mute the game audio now, and let's continue. I'm also going to be eating, so I will be slower in reading stuff, so don't mind me. And this is why I really like Limbus Company, because it's voiced, so I don't have to take so long to read something while I'm eating. But anyways, chapter 3. The photographer. And I simply remember. A detective office for unsolved cases located in a 3-story building somewhere in the streets of District 14. So their office is located in N-Corp. Okay. Huh. It's a mystery how many people find their way into my humble office. There's rumors of a haunted alleyway. People who pass by it disappear. How do they disappear exactly? Ezra asked curiously. Ezra, not Erza. Man, it's gonna take me a bit to pronounce the name correctly. No one knows how it disappeared. No one knows who disappeared or how. All we know is that someone disappeared somehow. That's not exactly helpful. Then it's either a memory manipulator or a reality warper. But detective, I thought reality warpers only existed in your theories? This might as well be our opportunity to see one for the first time. What's this all about? Oh, the client. Okay, so there's a cause of cherished hope in Corp. Okay, that's a, huh. That's not too far from here. How did you know that people went missing? Used vehicles and objects were found abandoned in the street, like bicycles and cars, and most of all, the furniture in my attic was sorted as if someone had been living there until today. That means one of your family members has disappeared. Huh? But there's only 3 people in my family. They're all fine. Me, my husband, and my child. We'll see if we investigate it. What if there really was another family member I've forgotten, like you said? And if they're dead... the culprit should be killed. That's rather stern. Well, then we should start discussing the request fee. Ezra's eyes sparkled as she spoke. I left the financial management of our office to her. She has enough wits to figure out how serious or tough a request will be, so I can trust her to lead negotiations like this. I headed out to the terrace while Ezra and the client were busy bargaining. Okay, so she leaves the Okay, interesting. So Ezra's good at negotiating fees for these kinds of requests. Gotcha. Hmm. I smoke from my pipe, feeling the acrid breeze of the back streets. Ah, so this is in N-Corp's back streets. Gotcha. Still, this air is much clearer compared to the messy atmosphere during the smoke war. So, I ain't smoke war mentioned. I still forget. The smoke war was between G Corp and what was the other corp that we had smoke war with? That participated, I should say. There was a lot at play. Oh, so a lot of parties were involved. Hmm. That's interesting. Wonder who benefited the most then in that war. Well, time to continue. Distorted creatures walk the streets as always. Wondering how long I'll be doing this, I puff tobacco smoke. Ah, so it's explicitly stated that it's tobacco smoke. Gotcha. Detective, I'm done writing the contract. The client went back to her home. Plaza of Cherished Hopes, was it? Get ready. Yes, Chief. Do I bring the usual gadgets? Ezra asked as she stuffed equipment into her dimensional bag. There's a dimensional bag? Okay. Did not know about that. Sure. I walk along the street with Ezra. The time is 2 p.m. and I cannot stop misreading. Ta-da! Here we are at the Plaza of Cherished Hopes. What do we do now? Wait till the night falls? Maybe talk about your distortion warranty. Hello, Wisdom. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. So I'm going to be reading the chapter and then taking notes after. Also, I'm eating at the moment, so I'm just going to be quite intermittently between some paragraphs here and there. So don't mind me. Hmm. Here we are, the Plaza of Cherished Hopes. What do we do now? Wait till the night falls. This case appears to be a location type distortion, judging from the client's description. A powerful distortion can affect its surroundings as well, assimilating nearby objects into it. Yes, we saw that happen in the chicken shop guy. We should look for any distorted buildings. But only you can see those weird buildings, Detective. What can I do? See if there's abandoned bikes around here, maybe. KTR versus G and old L Corp with a couple of corps that we're not sure about specifically. About whose side they were on, like I Corp. K Corp, T Corp, and R Corp versus G Corp and Old L Corp. That's an interesting combination. Because didn't L Corp also have partnerships with K, T, R, and then W? Huh. Because, yeah, I'm curious about that. Was the. Oh. So it's not Lobotomy Corporation. It's the corporation before Lobotomy Corporation. Okay, gotcha. Mm-hmm. Interesting. All right, let's get back into this. See if there's abandoned bikes around here, maybe. Windows with eyes, apartments floating in the air, doors with T's, rooms filled with water. There are a lot more distorted buildings than it seems. It would be quite a sight if they manifest all at once. Now, which building to investigate first? I don't have any specific criteria set in mind. Some deduction and intuition are all it usually takes to figure out. This one is a case of the distortion that devours people whole. The victims are soon forgotten by others. Why were they attracted to that distortion? We need the profiles of the missing people, but if no one knows who disappeared, it'd be difficult to figure out their common traits. Ezra, look for a place around here that provides goods and or services for free. What? For free? Does that kind of place even exist? Preferably a place where people who don't have a job would go. Basically, where unemployed people go. And that's why it's easier to figure out. The distortions of the city are actually rather simple to understand. Ah, there it is, a place called Lume's Soup Kitchen. Is it sponsored by anyone? Nope, it seems to be run by an individual. Lead me there. People who are destined to be forgotten in the city will naturally be attracted to free meals. Ah, free is a dangerous word in the city. Fair enough. Corporations. Am I right? Hold on. Hmm. Isn't this a photo studio? What? It looks like a worn out tent, though? It's a distortion. Does that really look like a photo studio to you, detective? Mm hmm. An aged studio. An aged photo studio. Interesting. So, this is the soup kitchen, right? Yep, the description says they give away free meals to children or the elderly who are too poor to afford anything else. Do we use the ferry to enter? Huh? Don't you know how expensive it is to recharge the ferry? This is just an ordinary tent camp. All you gotta do is walk in. I asked because I'm seeing a door sealed with a lock. I don't like how you talk back. I'll be cutting off your salary. What? I'm just kidding. Aren't you having too much fun with that? It shakes my heart even if it's a joke. Say, should we wait until night? We can interfere with the distortion that's manifested this much already. What are we waiting for then? Hold on. You shouldn't just barge into a closed off section of someone else's mind. I walked up to the door and gently knocked on it. Soon enough, the door was unlocked. Let's get inside. What did you just do? The entrance opened up on its own. I simply showed courtesy. You told me not to use the ferry or something, or anything, so all I could do was knock on the locked door. I mean, yeah, okay. You know what? Fair enough. A photo studio was set up inside a wooden building. The whole building exudes the smell of hardwood, and large frames fill up the wall. Ah! Of course, Moses. I question. Is Moses just short or is Ezra just tall? Because there's quite the height disparity between these two. Ah, Moses is small. The older looking lady is small. I see. Ah, okay. So Moses is small and Ezra is tall. That's why, okay. Hmm. Hello, Firefest Office Survivor. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Don't mind me, I'm just eating my food. That's why I'm gonna be going silent for like a minute or two between reading a few paragraphs here and there. And also, after reading this entire chapter, I'm gonna be taking some notes for major plot details, for major things that happened or things that caught my interest in this chapter. Hope you enjoy. Wow, it's much bigger on the inside? Now I see why you said it looks like a photo studio, detective. I guess it's visible to you now. Could those photos on the walls be the missing people? Perhaps. Each frame held a picture of corpses. Oh. Oh. Various photographs of dead people. One common feature is that they all died indoors. All of them died indoors. Huh. The room is breathing. I can feel its respiration, its beat. No one knows how many people this room has devoured. A dying elderly person stands before me. Aha! A lonely old person whose breath is fainter than the room's. Forgotten by others, this aged person has brought and taken in people. As the doddering one faded from everyone's memories, so too did the people they took in. Not a single person knows them. They were here, dying all alone. This is a place of memorial. Hmm. A person whose head turned into a camera greeted us from behind. The 4 lenses on their head rotated disorderly, fixing their gaze onto me. Yikes! Surprised Ezra fell on the ground. Huh. 4 lenses. Wait, how would that look? I have no clue what's the arrangement for the 4 lenses. Right, Roy. Good luck on your test tomorrow. See you in the next one. A person whose head turned into a camera. Ah, so it turned into a camera actively. The person not always had the head. Didn't always have the head with the camera. And a camera that has 4 lenses. Okay. Aye, interesting. I remember each person in their photo. I take pictures of them and frame them. Who are you? I'm a photographer. I believe I should be the one asking who you two are, in fact. This is Moses, the Distortion Detective, and I am the talented sidekick, Ezra. She speaks with confidence, revealing our identity so shamelessly. Yeah, fixes. We actually got a request about recent cases of disappearance. So they do realize that some people have gone missing. What's the point of it all, though? They were already treated like invisible people even before they disappeared. Did you lure them here with free meals to kill them? Reza questions the person while looking at them with suspicion. No, I didn't. I am simply remembering the people who are bound to be forgotten, like Mistress Agnes over there. I took a picture of them so that they can be memorialized in this room. The old person standing before us must be Agnes. She is staring at the pictures hanging on the wall, letting out heavy breaths. There's so many people who die alone. I realized that as I worked, so I want to remember them. What work? Kidnapping people? No, not at all. My work was accomplished by an awful stench. My work was accompanied by an awful stench. When its neighbors report the smell, I go and retrieve the body. Oh. So you're a mortician who usually dealt with people that died lonely deaths. Okay, good assumption, I guess. Yes, my work was to look for such bodies in the streets of District 14 and direct funerals for them as part of the welfare plans of N-Corp's Nest. I've arranged funerals for 253 people, and not a single mourner showed up at all of them. I decided to take one last photograph of the dead before I retrieved their bodies, so that at least I could remember them. So you weren't running the soup kitchen from the beginning. I got fired. Then Corpse Nest said they don't need a useless undertaker like me. Ah. I mean, taking pictures is not really allowed in NCORP, is it? As well as recordings, right? Funerals are for the living, after all. I'd meet the same fate, since I don't have anyone to remember me. For a life to be meaningful, the memories have to be passed on somehow. So we have decided to remember each other, remember that we existed and lived in the city. You're distorted. What you have been doing is kidnapping people, coming to your tent for free meals, nothing more. You aren't one to decide whether they'll die alone or not. But it's obvious, it's so apparent that they'll all die in their own rooms, abandoned and forgotten by all. You'll remember each other and you'll be forgotten in peace. You have the right to not be neglected by everyone so ruthlessly. And rob the people who still do remember them of their memories? You just kidnap people who were in the same shoes as you because you yourself were afraid of being forgotten. You took away their chances to be remembered. Well, standard distortion shenanigans. Very much so standard distortion shenanigans. I'm about to finish my food, so I'll just finish it, throw this plate in the sink, and then drink some water, so be right back. Okay, I'm finally back. Right. Let us, with full force, finally get through at least to like chapter 10 or 15. Whatever, or however long it ends up being. I mean, I feel like this stream is gonna go on a little bit. This stream is probably gonna end up going on for quite a bit, let's just say. Hey, I'm fully ready. Let's pull up. Let's mute the game. Pull up the reading thingy, and then at the end, I'll write notes. And Rob, yeah, we already read this. The distortion getting countered. The lens on the head started rotating all of a sudden. I don't know what this sound effect is supposed to mean. I dodged to the side as soon as I heard the sound of something starting to run. Oh, okay. Did she get captured? In the frame, in the photo. I fell on my knees and faltered on the floor. My whole body feels numb and the sharp pain strikes my head. Detective! Stay away from the lens. Don't let her take a full picture of you. The sounds of the lens rotating and the film being reloaded can be heard. And when it takes a photo of someone, it draws out something from that person. I feel a acute twinge all over my body, as if numerous spikes were stabbing me. I remember a few that inflicted this kind of pain. Ezra, I'm putting up a smoke screen. Yes, Chief. I took out the smoke pipe from my coat and blew it as hard as possible. These are the sound effects, gotcha. The smoke covers the whole room. And the sound effect of the shutter adjusting and then snapping 3 times. The camera flash goes off in random directions with each snap. No, it's not the sound of the sound of the shutter. It's the sound of the flash. Gotcha. Detective, what are we gonna do now? The type that shouldn't be allowed to see. I mustn't let it contain us in its light. What's in your bag today? The usual Stigma Workshop sword, Alice Workshop gloves, Corey gloves, Nestor hammer, and throw the Corey gloves at me. Got it. Only Ezra can see me through this thick smoke. A pair of sky blue gloves flew across the room, and I snatched them right away. I put on the gloves and slammed the wall with my hand. The wall begins to freeze over. Okay. Right. I take a deep breath in through my pipe. The smoke that had filled the room is sucked back into the pipe. A shiny wall of ice reveals itself. The lens flashed, taking a picture of its own reflection on the icy wall. Hey, good thinking. Taking a picture of its own reflection on the icy wall. The photographer fell down, cracks showing up on its head and lenses. You made others be forgotten because you didn't want to sink into oblivion alone. Perhaps. Maybe I was the only one who had completely lost their chance to be remembered after all. How many people have you logged in here? 57. Can you recover them? Yes, I can. Then your life is spared at least. Bring them back now. But but who will be there to remember me now? We will. Thank you. The photographer's head returned to normal, only a single eye retaining the shape of a lens. The studio regressed to a tent, now full of people. The distortion was solved. Regress to a tent now full of people. The distortion was solved. We found the missing family member. He's the one, right? The client doesn't look too happy. I see. Oh, yeah. My father's back. No wonder I forgot. Well, then shall we transact the remainder? Ezra counted the money with a smile, while the client and her father headed back looking depressed. Did the both of them not want each other's company? Okay. Hi, yeah. I see. No one would welcome the outcome of this request, and they would have much preferred to just forget about the people who eventually made it back. They'd murmured to themselves that's how they wished those people to disappear forever. Aha. Right. I heard later that 58 people's worth of smoke quietly billowed out of crematoriums in the back streets of Encorp one day. And I simply remember. Oh, so they did die regardless, huh? Okay. And I simply remember. Damn. Any subscription? Okay. What the next chapter holds. Greetings, Dr. Moses. It's been a while. An unwelcome guest visited me. An associate fixer in Section 2 of the Southern Branch, and my former assistant, Hejon. Their eyes are just as arrogant as I remember. Okay. It feels like the stories themselves are getting a bit longer and longer. Probably because of the fact that there's so much dialogue here. To be fair. Mm-hmm. Aye, that was a good while of scrolling later. This was posted on the 1st of March. Interesting. Anyways. A detective office for unsolved cases. Let's pull up the notes then. Chapter 3, The Photographer. A detective office for unsolved cases located in a 3-story building somewhere in the streets of District 14. The chapter... hold up. The chapter starts off with mentioning the location of this office. Detective office in the back streets of this detective office. It's in the back streets of Encorp. Located somewhere in a 3-story building. What happened? Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I accidentally switched to... yeah, okay. Because, yeah, you couldn't see... I'm going to have to remember, because right now, it's the same preset that has my normal stream where I game. And the other one was just for reactions and stuff, so... There's rumors of a haunted alleyway. Yeah. The case this time... Wait, is it? Yeah, it is. That's where the office is located. the case this time was related to the disappearances of people around. What was the name? Hopes of Plaza. Plaza of Cherished Hopes. Plaza of Cherished Hopes in Corp. Corp. Yep. In Corp. We also get to learn that hold on. Should probably start a new paragraph with this. We also get to learn that Moses can see distorted buildings because of the influence of distortions on its surroundings. Is the influence of distortions on its surroundings. Which is neat. That was mostly it. Mention of a dimensional bag. Time is 2 p.m. So this was at noon. Okay. Why was I thinking the night? Time is 2 p.m. though. So this was all happening at noon. Alright. Distorted buildings at noon, huh? I think I should have probably put this paragraph above this one. Yeah. We get to learn that, Moses, the case this time, now I can continue, was related to the disappearances of people around the Plaza of Cherished Hopes in N-Corp, while... N-Corp. Nobody remembers the people who disappeared. Hold on. Yeah, nobody remembers the people who disappeared themselves, but he remembers the people who disappeared. We only get to go off abandoned bicycles, and such. That there were people here in the first place. There were people here in the first place. Order of events. Does the... Okay, maybe I should structure these notes as, okay, here's a bit of lore, here's the information I find interesting. Now we'll get to the distortion itself, write a bit about the distortion, and then the order of events. Yeah, I think that will be better. So, alright. Distortion. Distortion. Remembering people who were fated to die alone. Remembering people who were fated to die alone. Remembering people who were fated to die alone. Constantly wished to have stopped existed by constantly wished to have wait, how do I phrase this? I think the biggest challenge in this stream is not even me sometimes misreading. It's going to be how the fuck do I phrase my own notes? Distortion. Remembering people. It remembers. Yeah. It remembers people who are fated to die alone. Constantly wished by others to have stopped existing. Constantly wished by others constantly wished by others to have stopped I feel like the phrasing here is weird, but it works. It works. It operates by having a soup kitchen operates by having a soup kitchen open for unemployed people. It operates by having a soup kitchen open for unemployed people. Then what happened next? It operates by having a soup kitchen open for unemployed people, luring them in to the photo studio. Yeah, I think I did the main thing of the distortion. Now order of events. No, hold on. It operates by having a soup kitchen open for unemployed people, luring them into the photo studio and taking a picture of them. And taking a picture of them. And taking a picture of them. Resulting... Okay, come on. Resulting in the death. In the lonely death. Resulting in the lonely death of... what's it called? Death of the subject in the photograph to be only to only be remembered by said distortion. It operates by having a soup kitchen open for unemployed people, letting them into the photo studio and taking pictures of them, resulting in a lonely death of the subject in the photograph. While only being remembered by said distortion. Okay, that's like good enough for how it works. Distortion, I should probably add, okay, what does it do? And then now I should add what's its backstory. The person before distorting having worked as a mortician. The person before distorting having worked as a mortician. Hold on. The person distorting having worked as a mortician or in NCorp. Corp. To hold funerals. Before distorting how he worked as a mortician and NCorp to hold funerals. Realized that nobody realized that out of the 200, what was it, 258 or was it 257? Hold on. 253. Having worked as a mortician in NCorp to hold funerals, realized that out of the 253 people, they buried. Was it buried or was it cremation? Hold on. Was before distorting, having worked as a mortician in NCorp to hold funerals, they realized that out of the 223 people funerals, out of the 223 people's no. People's funerals. Nobody showed up for any of them to be forgotten forever. To be forgotten forever. The person wanted to take pictures of them before their funeral. Pictures of their bodies before their funeral. The person took, not wanted to, person took. The person took pictures of their bodies before their funeral. Now it operates by NCorp Incorp kicked out. Incorp kicked out. Kicked them out. Incorp kicked them out. Right. Wished by this to have socket existing. But the real fear of this was suffering the same fate of being forgotten. The real fear was suffering the same fate of being forgotten for the distortion. Okay. Aight. While only being remembered by said distortion. Distortion, yeah. It was taken care of. By having. It was taken care of, and the 57 people taken care of, then the 57 people who disappeared returned. Only to have that's it. Returned, going back to the homes, going back to their places to continue to be treated as if invisible. Okay, let's read this. Chapter 3, The Photographer. The chapter starts off with mentioning the location of this detective office. It's in the back streets of Encorp, located somewhere in a 3-story building. We get to learn that Moses can see distorted buildings because of the influence of distortions on its surroundings. The case this time was related to the disappearances of people around Plaza of Cherished Hopes in Encorp. Nobody remembers the people who disappeared. We only get to go off of abandoned bicycles and such that there were people here in the first place. The distortion in this chapter was it remembers people who are fated to die alone, constantly wished by others to have stopped existing. The person before distorting having worked as a mortician in Encorp, the person before distortion worked as a mortician in Encorp to hold funerals. They realized that out of the 253 people's funerals they held, nobody showed up for any of them. All to be forgotten forever. The person took pictures of their bodies before their funeral, and Corp kicked them out, but the real fear was suffering the same fate of being forgotten for the distortion. Now it operates by having a soup kitchen open for unemployed people, luring them into the photo studio and taking pictures of them, resulting in a lonely death of the subject in the photograph, while only being remembered by said distortion. It was taken care of, and the 57 people who disappeared returned, going back to their places to continue to be treated as if invisible. Right. That was it, I think. I'm not gonna mention the different weapons and stuff like that. Yeah, she used the gloves. I remember that. I heard later that 58 words of people worth of smoke quietly bellowed out of crematoriums in the back streets of N-Corp's Nest one day. Oh, including the mortician as well. Okay, that's chapter 3 done. I'd say that I've taken good notes. I don't really think I need to change anything, and I didn't miss anything major there. So, no. Let's move on to... Hold on. How many... What was the size? Yeah, it was 2, not 3. Chapter 4. This is going to take quite a while. An unwelcome guest. Okay, let's continue. Han Hee-jun. Han Hee-jun. Greetings to Dr. Moses. It's been a while. An unwelcome guest visited me, an associate fixer in Section 2 of the 7th Southern Branch and my former assistant, Hee-jun. Their eyes are just as arrogant as I remember. Must feel good to be playing in the big leagues way above me, doesn't it? Oh no, not at all. Oh, wait, that's Han Ji-hoon saying it. Must feel good to be playing in the big leagues way above me, doesn't it? Oh no, not at all. Hello, Hee-jun Seonbai. Hee-jun Seonbai. I think it's Seonbai. I don't know how to read Korean names, but sure. There's a tactless dork. I hope you realize how much they're looking down on us by now. What are you doing here? Heading north all the way up here from the south part of the city? It must be a complete mess down there with L-Corp collapsing. Ah! Okay. Yeah, L-Corp collapsing. Same way as Sonbei. Ah, gotcha. Sharp as always, Doctor. I'm already here. I'm actually here because of that. What? Look, I'm just too old to get myself involved with the wings. The distortion, you can still see it, right? I would have closed this office otherwise. I wonder how I appear to you then. Snobby prick, always asking questions I'm not comfortable with. Well... Your mouth is shown up. Soon up, it seems. Perhaps because they're actually going to be zipped up soon enough. I actually can't see their face at all, other than their 2 eyes floating in the air. You haven't changed at all. Don't you need some funds? Do I look like I'm in a financial crisis? Then why else would you be doing work as silly as the Distortion Detective? I see. It's because you still can't forget what you did back then. You still regret that, don't you? That's enough. Shut up. Hee-jun Sonbei. Ezra grabbed Han Hee Jun by the collar, the uncanny smile in their eyes still wouldn't go away. Let them speak on. Ezra and I were the only ones to survive your rampage that day. You're essentially responsible for our lives, Doctor. What do you want me to do? Bite my tongue and die? I can't have you die on us so easily, no. You still owe us so much debt. Get to the point. Why did you come all the way here from the south? Encore being a no. Okay. I want you to head down there for a while. The Southern Branch is dealing with troubling incidents that are suspected to be cases of the distortion. We need your ability, Doctor. And please stop with your shabby attempts to solve your cases. What we want is the distortion manifesting in its whole. Don't try to restore them. Just leave them be until they fully distort. What? Is the 7 into human experiments now? I suppose you could put it that way. I've reserved 2 warp tickets, departing from N-Corp in 2 months, so take the train and visit our associate office once the time comes. Is it a request directly assigned from the 7 Association? Yes, it's an urban nightmare class. You're free to deny it, of course. You don't care too much about belonging to associations after all, but might be able to meet a certain person at the end of this request. Also, I forgot that I had turned on... I forgot to mute the game audio, but anyways, let us move on. wasn't exactly on point for the scene. You might be able to meet a certain person at the end of this request. So this guy, what's his name? Yeah, Han Hee Jun. He has some history, as well as Ezra. Both of them has some history with Moses. And okay, being in the so-called They're Dead. And Jun Sonbae. Was it? What was it? Heejun, yeah. Heejun. Han Heejun Sonbae. Also knows something about meeting a certain person, huh? Might be able to meet a certain person at the end of this request. Leave the tickets here and sod off. I look forward to seeing you, Doctor. Heejun left, once again smirking with their eyes. Ezra, throw some salt out the door or something. Don't have any salt, though. Salt in the office, though? Should I go buy some? You know what? I gotta buy some. I knew this day would come. Hello, Cool Dob. Cool Dob? Cool Dog. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. How's the novel? We're on chapter 4. Chapter 4 so far. Since I started off a bit late, had some trouble setting up the stream, ate my food, and also I'm taking notes after each chapter for important information that I do want to remember. That's why it's taking quite a bit longer. Today's plan is to at least get to chapter 10 or 11, depending on how long it takes. But yeah. It should be said this chapter came out before we knew anything about W Corp. Hey, good morning. Hope you enjoyed the stream then. We don't have any salt in the office though. Should I go buy some? You know what? I gotta buy some. I knew this day would come. But interesting how this is the first mention of W Corp. The office feels like a devastated war zone after that snops swept by. I kept smoking until the evening, fighting the memories of my past. Ah, so Moses' coping mechanism is smoking. Gotcha. So bring me a map of the city. Yes, Chief, but we don't have an officially printed map here. One sec, please. I'll try drawing one up. She's passionate in weird areas, and that's what makes her fit to be my assistant. Let me just draw up the map of the entire city. Oh, hey! Oh, that's cute. uh, oh? Why did she write 0 here? Hold on. Hold on a fucking second. 1, but also 0? That's the this seems like Kim Ji Hoon himself, the our CEO himself, drew this map. Train going round and round. 0 and 1, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and it's going the same direction. Uh, and the districts are built in the same clockwise direction, connected in the same clockwise direction as the what's it called? The trains are going in. Let's just say it's very interesting, all right? Yeah, let's just say that. Hmm. Yeah, it's done. I made it using Picture Store. You call this a map? Well, it works. I mean, you can distinguish enough from it, I guess. Also, this was also our first official map of the city. Damn. Okay. Huh. So there's trees here out in the outskirts. And we were somewhere towards the north of the city for the Santa, or the Christmas interval, I should say. Huh. Alrighty. We live in District 14, which belongs to the Incorp's Nest. Taking a warp train is the only feasible way to get to District 11 in K-Corp's Nest. I frankly want nothing to do with the white tie fixers in the south, but at the end of the day I have no choice but to go. All because I committed an irreversible misdeed. Irreversible misdeed? Huh. The detail is impeccable. Truly. 2 months later, huh? He Jun he John no, not John. He Jun Sonbei said this was related to Elcorp. Then why aren't we going to straight to District 12 where Elcorp used to be? Right. Fair enough. Yeah. Let me just try counting it again. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. No, wait, I skipped something. Anyways, I give up. I'm just outing myself as somebody who can't even remember the alphabet. Anyways, let us move on, shall we? I heard El Corp's Nest has already fallen into absolute anarchy. They probably call us to stay in a safe place that's relatively close to it. The warp platform in El Corp's Nest likely stopped operating anyways. Wait, what do you mean anarchy? Anarchy. Society without a publicly enforced government or violently enforced political authority. Ah, that's called an anarchy, huh? Detective, are you really gonna drop solving distortions once we get there? Are we just going to kill them? That's not up to me to decide. It'll depend on the severity of the distortion. But what if you run into a distortion that could not be reversed if you tried? We can think about it. We can think about that later. There's still time, so let's do our work as usual for now. Got it. I'll fetch our next quest. Chapter 5 mock exam. Aha. So this one's pretty short. Chapter 4. Alrighty. Let's start, shall we? Chapter 4 An Unwelcome Guest. Moses is visited by somebody called Han He Jin Sunbae. And requested to come by the L Corp district to observe a distortion and not. Was it to observe a distortion? Hold up, hold. Other than their two eyes floating in the air. That's interesting. Anyways. The Sun branch is dealing. Okay, we need. Sunbay is kind of honorific for someone that has more experience. Ah, okay. Han Hee-jun. Gotcha. We need your ability. Please tell me there. Okay, so what we want is the distortion manifesting in its whole. To come by the L Corp to absorb a distortion. To observe a distortion without stopping its manifestation. Moses is visited and requested to come by the L Corp district to observe a distortion without stopping its manifestation. Alright. Urban Nightmare class. Moses Han Hee Jun and Ezra seem to have quite the history. In relation to the day. Moses went on a rampage. Yeah, I'll just record it as it is. Station. The request, is directly assigned by 7 Association. Association. Yeah, 7 association. What happened? Okay. I forgot to write request. Hold on. It says directly assigned by 7 association. While having a urban nightmare class rating. I have no clue what that means for the system, but sure. Urban nightmare rating. I guess it's bound to be something. I guess it's bound to be something. Anyways. Anything else that we got? We also get our first rendition of the city's map in this chapter. That was the other thing that happened. Heijun Sombe, okay. This also confirms to take. This also confirms. The chapter also confirms that it's taking place after the fall of lobotomy corp. Of the fall of lobotomy corp. I'm kind of curious if we're ever gonna reading this. I'm kind of curious if we're ever gonna. When are we gonna get to L Corp, or just have that be a destination? I feel like we won't, but still, it's gonna be interesting. Let's just say it's gonna be interesting. The chapter also confirms that it's taking place after the fall of Lobotomy Corporation in the timeline. There we go. Yeah. I mean, let's read. My notes again. Moses is visited by somebody called Han Hee-jun and requested to come by the El Corp district to observe a distortion without stopping its manifestation. The request is directly assigned by 7 Association while having an urban nightmare class rating. Moses, Han Hee-jun, and Ezra seem to have quite the history in relation to the day Moses went on a rampage. We also got our first rendition of the city's maps in this chapter. The chapter also confirms that it's taking place after the fall of Lobotomy Corporation in the timeline. Yeah, that was it. Nothing too important. Just a bit of lore details that after its fall, the warp train would have already stopped functioning. The warp platform in Lulcorp would have already stopped functioning. Yeah, pretty short one. Nice. Now, chapter 5 is mock exam, huh? Let's see. The exam has begun. Chapter 5 Mock Exam. Well, before this, let me get some more water, because I'm out of water right now. So I'll be right back, chat. But hey, if you're enjoying the stream, even though this has been a very chill stream, let's just say so far, be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I have been getting. Thank you very much. It feels good to walk around a bit. Because it is kind of slow paced, and I'm definitely feeling the effects. It might just be I'm tired from. I'm just normally tired how I am after streaming a bit, but yeah. While the water warms up, I'm just stretching a bit, walking around the room. Yeah, I always forget. You know, whenever I take these be right back, whenever I put up these be right back screens, I always forget to stretch. Because normally, at least, I would have just exercised in the morning and called it a day for most of the physical activity I'd be doing, right? But since for more than a week now, I haven't been able to exercise. Honestly, just trying to fix a bit of the sleep schedule and the order of uh, stuff that I need to take care of, starting from the morning. It's been a struggle. Well, let's just say it's been a bit of a struggle. So I'm definitely feeling the effects of not exercising. Okay, I should try not to fall off my feet. Okay. Alright, we're good to go. Let me just check the water. If it's warm, it should be. funny. I just forgot to turn on the game music again. Okay. Alrighty. Finally back. Alright. Time to mute the game audio. Switch. Sorry for the burp. And, right. Let us continue with chapter 5, shall we? Mock exam. The exam has begun. It's been a week since Han Hee Jun stirred up a storm in my head. There's no point being ambivalent about going there. Ambivalent. I've heard malevolent. I've heard another lent, but ambivalent. And yes. Simultaneously experiencing or expressing opposing or contradictory feelings, beliefs, or motivations.
Ambivalent.
Okay. Alternately having one opinion or feeling and then the opposite. Gotcha. Ambivalent. It's been a week since Han Hee Jun stirred up a storm in my head. There's no point in being ambivalent about going there. I know that I have no other option. What am I agonizing for then? Detective, this request is about a high school. Ezra spoke in a cheery tone as usual. A school? Was it requested by its faculty or the principal? No. The student here is our client. Hello, my name is Mariel. The girl shyly standing behind Ezra introduced herself. One of her legs is composed of numbers. Oh, one of her legs is composed of numbers. Right, distortion. I can see the distortion. What's your school? I'm not sure if a student from the back streets even has enough money to make a request to our office. Detective, actually, she's a client. I mean, a student from a private high school inside NCORP's nest. A student from a private school in the nest. The allowance these kids regularly get from their parents should be more than enough to pay us. I'm willing to play with those rich kids in their little detective games as long as the required fee is paid. So the private high school in NCORP's nest. Okay. So, what problem does our young client want us to solve? Actually, something strange is happening in our school. An important exam is ahead of us, and everyone's on edge preparing for college admissions. Well, this is basically just come on. Ah, high school students in the nest should aim for universities in the nest as a matter of course. The college scholastic ability test held in most nests every year. This one exam determines a myriad of things. Getting low scores and going to a college in the back streets won't do you any good. Entering any college in the nest is pretty much the baseline requirement for joining a wing. Mm-hmm. I feel like it's a commentary on something in Korea, but I'm not going to say what. But, I see. So the strange events happening in the school must be disturbing your studies, and you want us to resolve it, right? It's not just about grades. My friends got weird. The whole school is weird. The students and the teachers too. We need you to let us know what kind of strange occurrences are taking place before we can be of any help. They won't go back home at all. The classes won't end. All of the students? Yes, all of them. What about you? I. Only I could escape. I was in a classroom when I came to my senses. It was past midnight. A teacher was watching us from the front of the class, and all my friends were absorbed in studying, solving problems in workbooks. Aren't parents worried about their children not coming back home? Aren't parents worried about their children not coming back home? Ezra asked, confused by the apparent strangeness. It's Sunyang. Sunyang? Sunyang's CSAT. Soon enough, our school's average scores for the mock tests were made the top 10 in our nest. The parents must have been okay with however the school treated their kids as long as their grades were improving. How long has this anomaly been going on? The last thing I remember before I lost myself was 2 months ago. It was the day when the school announced that they're making a scholarship class. They said students with the highest grades will be selected. A distortion that has lasted for 2 months. We should go there and see what's going on ourselves. Ezra, we're heading into the nest. Yes, Chief, I'll get the fixer license and the association certificate. I don't really feel like studying in N-Corp nest any longer than necessary. A place full of buildings painted in pure white. I'd end up going crazy in no time if I lived there. A place full of buildings painted in pure white. No recordings, no pictures. Extreme heavy emphasis on memories and the experiences that N-Corp sells. No wonder they're making fucking profit. Just have everybody be in a functioning asylum and you're done. The squarish 5-story school building is also in white. Through the white gate is a white schoolyard. Ah. The squarish 5-story school building is also in white. Through the white gate is a white schoolyard. The school is dead silent. And something foreign catches my eye, and a red number floating on the rooftop of the school. 5. Mariel, what is that number on top of that school building? Ah, that shows how many days are left until this year's final mock exam. It's painted in a menacing blood red. But detective, the number is white just like the rest of the school though. It's a distortion. Red liquid drips from the number sign. Are there any procedures for us outsiders to take before entering? There are, but I don't think anyone cares right now. Then we enter the school building and noise can be heard. Scritch, scratch. The noise gets louder and more frequent. Is it the blackboard noise? Okay. Now I can imagine the uh, sound of the pencil scrubbing against paper. It hurts my head. What is this grating noise? It's the sound of students in each class solving problems on worksheets. They press the pencils against paper so hard when they write. I looked through the windows of a class designated 1-7. 40 students had their heads fixed inches above their desks, only their hands moving briskly. What do those students look like to you, detective? Amalgamations of numbers and school uniforms. Yeesh, that means the distortion has progressed by a lot, right? I pretty much distorted already. Huh? What do you mean by distorted? That means the strange events you described are happening in real life. Something showed up from the end of the corridor. It was a moving wall, big enough to blockade the corridor completely. Warning, warning, students who do not study will face disciplinary action. Detective, it's a distortion. I can see it too. A formula is written on the wall. A distortion made of math problems. This world is never short of oddities, isn't it? This one seems to be a calculus problem. I'm not gonna lie, this is a little funny. This distortion. Ezra, can you solve that problem for us? No. Why did I even bother asking? Accounting is the only kind of calculation she's good at. How about you, Meryl? Mariel? Well, I'm more of a humanities major. Ugh. Behind us is the dead end. We have to break through anyhow. All you have to do is solve that math problem on the wall, but no one is up for it. Guess it's up to me now. I took out my ballpoint pen and wrote down an answer on the approaching wall. Wrong answer. You'll attend supplementary lessons now. You know, I could honestly I could honestly interpret this just being a what's it called? A colorful retelling of our CEO's time at the end of high school. Like I cannot not think about that, but I know there are some exams which is basically go for what was it? It was out of South Korea, right? Which go for like 6 hours or maybe 8 hours with some breaks in between. And I'm like, oh, what? Why? Knew it. The wall pressed against us, so this is how it ends. I should get someone smarter to be my assistant next time. Uh, my nightmares made manifest. Oh man! Speaking of exams, though, I guess a little story time with Matrix. Uh, I find it a little funny that uh, I, I usually passed all my subjects. The only thing I ended up failing in was just an extra language subject that we had from sixth grade onwards to like eighth, because I just could not, for the love of me, just get it in my head or express any sort of interest into it. Because it's either it's not used, and maybe it's good for what's it called, theologists or archaeologists who specialize in the time period of thousands and thousands and multiple thousands years ago, where India would be, as it's Sanskrit, I get the language that's called the mother of all Indo-European languages. But yeah, like, nah, man, I can't. You can't just be cramming a new language for like 3 years into the curriculum and expect me to give a shit about it. Then it's not that useful, honestly. So that was like the one exam I kept failing at. But hey, I somehow still passed. I don't know how, because if I remember, there was like some kind of rule in my school, but I guess the other marks made up for me failing quite literally all of my uh, Sanskrit exams in sixth grade. I only passed one at the end of seventh grade. And it was the final exam as well. So hey. But yeah, before that, I would have got. I would say like I was like I'd get good enough marks in tests and such before that, and even in other subjects. The only other bad subject for me was the the other language subject we had, because we had 3 language subjects from 6 to 8. From 6th grade to 8th grade, it was the national language, Hindi, the English, and then Sanskrit. So my Hindi was also kind of weak. It's that's why, you know, I feel very out of place in normal society, because it's like, okay, I am slow at reading Hindi. Some grammar just throws me completely off. I can speak it. Because, of course, I've grown up here, but still, I can't write it properly, and I can't even read it properly. And most of my expertise, I guess, nowadays and fluency is in English. So I feel more so like somebody else. What's it called? I feel more so like, I guess you could say, not from here. Because normally in my school, you would be made fun of if you focused too much on English, and you'd be and you would be called a foreigner as an insult. It was just kids doing kid stuff and discriminating against anybody who wasn't like them, or who hadn't or didn't have the common interest. It wasn't quite at the level of bullying, it was just insults being thrown around. Even though our school did require you to be good at it. But yeah. So that is the story of how I won't really fit into normal society, let's just say. I can speak perfectly fine. I can interact with people perfectly fine. It's just there are certain situations where my linguistic abilities of my mother tongue fails me. But anyways, story time with Matrix aside, let us move on. For me, my weakest classes were always English. Yeah, interesting to note, Luxon. My consciousness fades. And man, oh right, that reminds me of fuck. Oh no, I'm getting reminded of all my exams and such. I remember like sometimes having to leave like half of the answer sheet empty just because I couldn't do it. And in our school and a lot of schools here, there's like the test paper you'd give out, you print it out, you'd give it to the kids, they would write answers and questions and stuff like that. But for actual proper exams, it would simply be, you get a question paper, then you get a thick answer sheet that you would write your answers in while referencing the questions, so that's clearly ordered. Yeah, sometimes I had to leave like half the answer sheet for subjects I didn't either study about, didn't care about, wasn't paying that much attention to, and stuff like that. And for most of my school life, I had been the person who's like, okay, I come home from school, I throw my bag to the side, forget about whatever happened in school, probably do a bit of homework for the strictest of teachers, and then go back in and only remember stuff that was taught in class. So yeah, this only like happened like towards the end of middle school at the and towards the start of high school. So yeah. Anyways, all that aside, hey, at least this chapter made me go down my memory lane. Math was my easy subject, so much so that I could ignore my math homework and focus on English. Interesting. Oh, this shit. No. I'm being sorry. I am being reminded of all of the other embarrassing moments I have had in school. Shit. No. Oh. I'm remembering the time I wrote up a fucking speech, got denied by the class teacher when I wanted to present it because I was going. I had written a speech about staying safe from internet virus malware on the internet and describing the different types of malware. Because, yeah, sixth grade, around the start of middle school, was when I had truly started to, you could say, what's it called? Get into some topics in computers and stuff like that. So I got rejected by my class teacher because it would be a bit more relevant. And then and then I was followed up on it. I thought, okay, I'll just leave it aside. Then I was followed up on it by my computer by my IT and slash computer teacher because I was in the computer club at that time. So my computer teacher followed up with my class teacher to kind of push me to give a speech, but then it never ended up being a thing because I didn't prepare the speech on time, and both my computer teacher and class teacher were both disappointed in me. Oh man. Hello, Firefist. Did I miss something important? Yeah, no, you didn't miss something important. It's just that this chapter is reminding me my time in middle school and high school. That's it. That's mostly it. So I'm just going off about what's it called? My school memories, school life, and some of the embarrassing stuff I went through. Anyways, I think that's enough story time with Matrix. You'll will get more in other streams. And let's move on. Let's continue on, shall we? Students around me. I found myself sitting at a desk in a classroom wearing the school's uniform. Me, are still busy solving problems on the worksheets. How much time has passed? A red number 30 floats at the center of the class. The last one I saw read 5. Does that mean we traveled back to the past? Could this be a case of the distortion that can reverse the flow of time? A sudden burst of force pressed my head from behind. My face was slammed right onto the desk. Oh, solve the problems. An oppressive voice ordered me. I skimmed through the worksheet on my desk. 17. uh, what is this? Blending 3 humans in a mixer generates 10 units of energy. Given these conditions, what is the optimal solution to dismember 2 humans to generate 15 units of energy? What are these nonsensical questions? Ah, Chelsea wants to be an artist. The wing Chelsea has to go to does not need any artists. Given these conditions, how many dreams should Chelsea kill? Jeez, jeez. Okay, that's an extreme. That's reality for a lot of people. Don't hit him with the depression special. Come on, Kim Ji-hoon. There is a cube composed of minuscule humans. The cube factory must meet a certain quota each day. An eyeball can be squeezed for a hexagon. When O is the outer center. When O is the outer center of the left eye, how many right eyes are needed to make a cube with side lengths that are 4 meters long? Average math problem scenarios your math teacher comes up with. Oh man. It's definitely something. A distorted school giving out distorted problems. They must constantly print out meaningless problems that will be solved without any significance. That's a total commentary on the meaninglessness of some of the time you've spent at school. Of some of the time you spend at school. Man, I'm so glad that my sister has gone to a hostel like 1,500 kilometers away from here after passing the interview and all that. Uh, then she gets to do stuff she actually cares about while learning the ability to self-educate herself and learning some more practical things and stuff about the world. That she doesn't have to deal with this bullshit that I had to deal with at my school. I mean, at least some of it. Some of it. I wouldn't say like most of it, what you're taught at school is useless, but there's a great deal of inefficiency in the system. Ezra's seat was right next to mine. She's looking at me, her face on the verge of tears. I barely lift my head and look at the number again, 17. So that was in minutes, not days. 5 minutes left. Detective, I have no idea what any of these problems say. Let's wait until the exam starts. Just write down random things on the worksheet for now. Got it. A voice should be heard again. You have 10 minutes until the mock exam starts. You must strive to solve as many problems as possible. This is all for the sake of your future. The problem you solve now will be your weapons later in life. Complete bullshit, I would say. It's so ass that I have to stretch it, elongate it, even though I may sound pretty tone deaf. Ah. The number reached 0. Yep, here comes the bell ringing. Commencing the mock exam. With that announcement, the school crumbled. All that remained were the students on a white plain. Then a tall staircase rose from the middle of the field. A trophy was placed on top of it. The exam has begun. Well. Detective, is this a distortion too? I can't believe this. It seems it's time to update my information on the distortion phenomenon. Keep it together, detective. We gotta run for now. It appears that a massive world of its own can be created when the interests and desires of a large group of people coincide. This is my first time seeing a distortion occur at this scale. Mass distortion. This entire school is distorted. No, it's not the school building itself. Every student in it is distorted. All the students run toward the staircase trying to climb up it. Some try to nail down the students ahead of them, while others push away the students behind them. The numbers add and subtract each other. They multiply and divide by each other. Decimal points pour out of their bodies. This is a war zone for a very vicious battle. A war where everyone recognizes each other as numbers. No other words are needed. In this scene of numerical violence, they must add to themselves and divide others. Problems they've solved so far become weapons to kill each other. When a student assaults another with the numbers on the victim's head fall off. The number students won't attack us. Perhaps lowly numbers sitting at the bottom of the staircase like us aren't worth their attention. Hey, fixers, I'm up here. It's Mariel. Her distortion progressed much more in the short span of time we were separated from her. She was already halfway to the top of the stairs. Mariel, you should come back down here, Ezra yelled. Mariel, there's no reason to climb those stairs. This is a war, a gamble, fighting against each other with knowledge and grades on the line. If you don't climb the stairs, you'll be safe from it. Mario, no, I'll stay here. We all agreed on this to decide who gets to advance to the scholarship class. Oh, nope, she's getting distorted as well. Mariel replied, killing other students. You taking part in this massacre? I'm already halfway there, though. I can go further. A 7 struck Muriel's head out of nowhere. The number in Muriel's head scattered about as she fell to the floor. Ooh, that doesn't sound nice. I can hear the sounds of numerous students hitting the floor. The noises of students killing each other. Ezra has turned away from the side, looking at the floor. I silently continue to watch the staircase. A student of the giant number for a head reached the top of the stairs at last. The exam is over. Knowledge and grades will be redistributed to students based on how high they are on the staircase. The top 20% will be designated as the scholarship class and receive the honor of representing our school. With a flash, the school returned to normal. The students were all in their seats as if nothing had happened. I can see Muriel among them. Muriel, are you alright? Ezra ran toward Muriel to check on her. Oh, Muriel gave us a blank stare, muttering meaningless words. She had everything taken from her. This is absurd. It was a consequence of Muriel's own choice. There's no need for you to feel guilty about it. But let's just head back. He couldn't solve this distortion. He can't expect to solve every problem in the world. I took out my pipe from its inner coat pocket. Why are distorted people all so irrational? They're all too extreme. They distort because their minds are driven into a corner, and their impatience leads to leaps in their logic. 40% of the school's graduates are said to be living in seclusion, having failed to enter any college. However, the scholarship class demonstrated an unprecedented amount of successful admissions to prestigious universities, bringing the school fame and many more inquiries for entrance. The students who have successfully climbed up the stairs, killing each other, will grow into the feathers of the wings. Fluttering those wings, the city soars. Fluttering those wings, the city soars, huh? Interesting. Well then. Wasn't this something? Wasn't this something? Oh boy. Chapter 5, Mock Exam. Now this just reminds... Basically every student's worst nightmare combined into one. To be fair. Right, let's start. Let's start writing. Okay, so mock exam. One of my favorite minor stories of a Distortion Detective. Right. The Distortion Detective gets a request from a high school girl. You know how Gru would pronounce it? Girls. From a high school girl from the Incorp nest. It's a request from a high school girl from the Incorp nest to Don't mind me, just some yawns. It was from high school girl from the Incorp nest to investigate the strange happenings in their school, in her school. The bizarre phenomenon is that all the students and teachers in the school aren't returning home even when school time is over. Ah. Even school time is over. Mm-hmm. That's the first paragraph. The distortion this time was made up of all the students in the school all the students in the school and had already been taking effect. Yeah, and had already been taking effect since 2 months ago. But interesting thing, if any of the officers and fixers want to get into a nest, they need a fixer's license and then and their association certificate. Is it their association certificate or is it like a related association certificate? What about also fixer officers where they're fully independent, they're not really related to any association? What about them? If they're in the back streets, for example, can they enter a nest? Or would that just be a long and hard process? Of course, assuming the higher your fixture license, the easier it would be. At least it would be a bit more easier to get into said nests and such. But hey, I'm curious about that. The distortion this time was made up of all the students in the school and had already been taking effect since 2 months ago. It would depend if they get hired by someone in the nest. Okay. Alright, fair enough. We get some very interesting lore about Ness being completely white everywhere. Sounds like a complete functional yeah, sounds like a complete functional mental asylum. Mental asylum on a country's scale. That shows how many days are left until this year's final mock exam. Since the distortion had been manifesting for so long. Since the distortion had been manifesting for so long, our detective duo couldn't solve it this time. The students here solving worksheets day and night until the final mock exam of the year. Midnight until the final mock exam of the year. If you go in, you become a college. South Korea's is a commentary of South Korea's infamous. Is it the college exam that they have in South Korea? I do not know. Tree. Because I do remember reading something about it at least. Is it like a college entrance exam or something? Or something similar. Okay. And then right. Sands of Your Life. This commentary on the infamous college entrance exam. Okay, anything else I want to write? Sadly, the girl who contracted them ends up in the hold of said distortion and loses herself. Knowledge and grades. That's quite... that's quite something, ain't it? The exam is over. Knowledge and grades will be redistributed to students based on how high they are on the staircase. Man. Yeah, I very much dislike a lot of education systems and curriculums around the world. Considering how outdated, useless some of them are. You don't get a say in what subjects you want to kind of choose or pursue. You don't really get much of a say in and most being what's it called, on the theoretical side, with memorization being the special focus and getting good marks instead of learning the shit you were sent to learn at school. Oh man. Anyways. I just, I take it from me, I don't have that many fond memories. Let's just say. From these types of education systems. Because if I am to look back, at least here for my country, the main thing the education system was implemented for several grades and such like that was simply because the Britishers in our time wanted good workers to be sent to the factories, you know. So the root of our education system that everybody here is following, most of the people here are following, is literally rooted there to produce capable factory workers, but that's it. It didn't change with the times, it didn't keep up much with the times. And even then, for some of the subjects that do get placed special focus in, it's so ham-fisted into your face. Like, for example, something about living here in India. So, you complete the first year of high school, let's say 10th, right? You give your board exams, which is like your inevitable, which is like your big exams, different from like any other end of year exams, whose markage and weightage will decide the 3 streams of subjects that you can pick from, one being the science, one being economics, and one being humanities. So, there's something about if you get really high marks, you either get shoved into being going in the science stream, which, and you'd be choosing, you'd have at least some configurations of choosing, okay, do you want all of the 3 science subjects and maths? Do you not want maths? Some configuration like that, and depending on the availability, you may have computer science there, but still, it's a big question even then. Then there comes the most oversaturated one, which is being economics for your last 2 years of high school. And then there comes the humanitarian subject, which has the least requirement of marks weightage on your year of the end performance card, which you can easily enter. So there are instances where you'd either be called either cowards or somebody who's just throwing their life away if you get good marks, but you go with humanitarian subject in the humanitarian stream of subjects, or you'd just be assumed, oh, this guy just couldn't get good marks. And as you can imagine, that also breeds a healthy amount of discrimination against the 3 departments whenever it happens, but it depends a lot on school, the specific school and school culture, but it's been a general trend. And it's a bit more interesting to imagine because when you do when you do the 2 last years of high school, then you'd give an exam to get, which determines where you'd be in which colleges you'd get entry to. You score good, you'll have a chance to get an entry to a higher college, where by the availability of their courses and such, you'd be able to pick out some courses for your either BA and then your bachelor's and then master's. Most people they'll do bachelor's and then go and find a job. That's usually how it goes. There are still a lot of people who would also end up doing masters if they can and then get a job, and then even fewer, of course, who end up doing PhDs and stuff. They're really cut out for it. but it's something when you realize that the service industry and the humanitarian subjects, if you go into these streams and follow those careers, on average you get to be employed a little bit early on in life, and you get employed on more favorable terms financially than somebody who picked up, let's say, the science stream. As a general trend, I'm just telling you the general trend in my country. As a general trend, then compared to somebody who picked science, who had to go through, two just absolute cramming and being grinded to the bone in the last 2 years of high school, and then doing a bachelor's in whatever they want to, and then starting off with the employment. And don't even get me started how oversaturated the economic streams and the financial sector for actually employing people is. Anyways, hopefully some of it changes. That's all I can really say. In the future. There have been policy changes. It just needs to be implemented. And considering how many people we have, it's going to be taking a long, long time. Sadly, the girl who contracted them ends up in the hold of said distortion and loses herself. I'd just call it a victim of the education system. Just for dramatic effect. That's what I'll call it. Anyways. Yeah. %40 of the school's graduates are said to be living in seclusion, having failed to enter any college. The scholarship class demonstrated an unprecedented amount of successful admissions to prestigious universities. So basically, as a result of this distortion, this is what happened. It pushed the school into the limelight. The result of the distortion itself ended up catapulting the school into the limelight as an unprecedented amount of students got admitted to prestigious universities. There we go. Alright. That's mostly it. Let me just read it once more. Mock exam. I didn't write chapter 5. Hold on a minute. As an unprecedented amount of students got admitted to prestigious universities. Anyways, okay. So let me read this. The Distortion Detective gets a request from a high school girl from the N-Corp nest to investigate the strange happenings in a school. The bizarre phenomenon is that all the students and teachers in this school aren't returning home even when school time is over. The distortion this time was made up of all the students in the school and had already been taking effect since 2 months ago. We get some very interesting lore about N-Corp nests being completely white everywhere. Sounds like a complete functional mental asylum on country scale. Since the distortion had been manifesting for so long, our detective duo couldn't solve it this time. And manifesting for so long, and on such a large scale. Yeah. The students here are solving worksheets day and night until the final exam, until the final mock exam of the year. If you go in, you become a student of the school, forced to do the exams for a long time. It was our first time witnessing this distortion transformation on the scale of an entire school. The distortion perfectly encapsulates the essence of most important exams of your life, which I assume is a commentary on South Korea's infamous college entrance exam. Sadly, the girl who contracted them ends up in the hole of such distortion and loses herself, a victim of the education system, in my opinion. The result of the distortion itself ended up catapulting the school into the limelight as an unprecedented amount of students got admitted to prestigious universities. Let us move on to Chapter 6. Chapter 6, Smoking Pipe. Okay, this might actually take me like a little longer than I initially thought. Gonna have to say that. Right, let's go. Before that, I'll be right back, chat. So hold on a second. Hold on a second. Alright, we're back. We are definitely and indeed back. Let us see this and continue. Chapter 6, Smoking Pipe. Alrighty, let's read this. I've drank my water. I let out a crimson red breath. Okay. We have 1 month. We have 1 month until we leave for District 11. Okay, so that's 2 weeks later. I mean 3 weeks. 3 weeks later from the previous chapter. I've accepted taking Han Hee Jun's offer to be an effective truth at this point. And I imagine it'll be a long trip. We might never come back even. We're shopping at the workshop boulevard today. That means we also get to eat outside, right? We're not going there for leisure. I know. Our purpose of visit is to request the workshops for the equipment and gadgets we need in our office. Ezra spoke with excitement. This could be our very last chance to shop. This could be our very last chance to shop. I know that too. We gotta leave in a month. You can stay here if you want. I can't just let you eat all the treats down there by yourself, though. The workshops in the boulevard treat various necessaries and supplies. Huh? The workshops in the boulevard treat various necessaries and supplies, as well as... I feel like that's a typo or the wrong word to be used. Supplies as well as equipment for fixes. Therefore, it's important to pick the right workshops according to your needs. Of course, workshops try to advertise themselves as well. Some become known through word of mouth, despite how complicated it can be to navigate the products at a workshop. I don't expend any effort toward looking for adequate workshop goods myself. My assistant, Ezra, here is a maniac for workshop products. She seems to have a peculiar tendency to prefer more expensive workshops, but she does a lot of research on various gears and gadgets, and the ones she purchases end up being quite reliable. She's pretty much stuffed her personal collection of gadgets in the dimensional bag by now. The benefits of being the finance woman, as well as what's it called? The inventory woman for the office. Detective, the workshops I frequent are all sold out or out of request slots. I wonder what's up. I don't know, maybe the fingers are out to wreaking havoc on some place we haven't seen. So, have you failed to get any of the equipment we wanted? Yipper, I have. You're not gonna get the gadgets in time if I request for them any later. Ezra mumbled. I walked the streets believing that things will work out anyhow. Detective, behind us! Yes, a bunch of nuisances are after us. Could they be from a syndicate? Maybe an office of fixers? Or perhaps a wing? Whichever they may belong to, they're all essentially the same. They want to extract information from me. Well, to have a friendly chat with the fellows following us into the street like this, we need to go deeper into the alleys. We slowly walk through the complex alleyways intertwined like a maze. Steel doors are lined up on the walls, guarding residences that don't appear to be well maintained. The time is noon. The noise of pedestrians fades away while the footsteps of our pursuers become louder. We have arrived at a dead end, an empty lot. This is our favorite spot for conversations. An obscure corner in the streets with no witnesses. Even if a witness were to exist, they won't be able to go anywhere from here. Wait, what? Huh? Now, what could you be wondering about, friends? So much as to follow us all the way out here. I took out my pipe from its inner pocket and held it between my lips. That's a lot of people. I'm seeing around 30 of them. They're all wearing green suits. The distortion doesn't seem too bad. All of them are holding weapons like bats and knives. One in a green fedora walks up to us and starts speaking. Are you Moses the Fixer from Cookie Street? Yes, I am, I answered with a smile. You'd like to purchase that long smoking pipe you're carrying. Green suit. Let me see. Money. This was unexpected. Somebody already has intel on my pipe? For how much? Ezra asked with sparkling passion in her eyes. 100 million on. Nay. This thing's worth at least 500 million. There's no way we're negotiating for a price that low. Right, detective? Ezra said in a rather disappointed tone. Not even 500 million on could buy it. This is essentially a part of me, you see. I never fathomed the idea of selling it to anyone. Who told you about this pipe, by the way? That's unfortunate. We were looking forward to a graceful trade. The one in the fedora walked back and blended into the group. Ezra, can you handle them all on your own? Yes, Chief! Ezra yelled as she put her dimensional bag on the ground. Street combat loadout. In response to Ezra's command, the Nesta hammer flew into her hand as she got equipped with Alice workshop gloves. The group of 30 people started charging at us all at once. Ezra blocks off the cramped passage to the empty lot by herself as she takes on the gang one by one. Alice's workshop gloves can accelerate the movement of her hands by 5 times the velocity. Oh! Activating the gloves, she swings her Nesta hammer, a small one-handed hammer suited for combat in confined spaces such as the alleyway we are in right now. The hammer is capable of delivering impact to a large area of the object its head comes into contact with. When the Nesta hammer hits one hoodlum in green with such an accelerated force, it punctures a wide hole through his chest. She violently swings her other hand to crush the jaw of another ruffian rushing at her. She breaks the bones and smashes the flesh of one mobster at a time, but not even her superior physique could impede all of them from getting through the passage. Most of all, Ezra is not being serious in the first place. Please take care of the ones I missed, detective. I'm cutting your salary. What? I let out a crimson red breath. The smoking pipe emitted a scarlet glow before assuming the shape of Huh? I grabbed its handle and prepared to talk. I positioned myself and stabbed the blade into the neck of a thug running at me. With elegance and composure on every step, I punctured a red hole into the body of each gangster coming at me. The strong scent of blood soon filled the alleyway and the loot. Okay, so it was actually... Okay? It was actually special equipment? The pipe? The smoking pipe? It was relevant? Alright. Also, Ezra's, not Erza. Ezra's hammer. Interesting. Anyways, I need to... I forgot to mute the game again. Damn, Crimson Breath. Red Mist would be proud. Detective, that fedora guy is trying to run away. Ezra yelled at me, her body covered in blood. I breathed a violent breath into my pipe. The pipe began flailing around as it elongated. It soon shifted into a whip. Not your usual grade 5, it seems. True. Hello, the real Huey. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. And as you can see, I'll be reading the whole chapter, then taking my notes. So that's just how I'm going to do this. And that's also why this may end up taking like 4 streams to get through. Unfortunately. It soon shifted into a whip with purple thorns growing out of it. I lashed out my pipe to snatch the ankle of the person in fedora. They stumbled and fell flat on their face into a blood of pool. Ezra drags the fallen mobster and drops them in front of me. Tell me, who gave you the information about my pipe? I was trying to avoid using it too often so I wouldn't draw unnecessary attention. I'm afraid I cannot say. Ezra, go have some nice heart-to-heart talk with this fellow. Leaving the interrogation to Ezra, I smoked alone in the empty lot. Not long after, Ezra came back with the person whose face was now mashed pretty badly. Detective, this one seems to have a lock on their brain or something. I can't get them to spill the beans no matter what I do. I lifted the head of the mobster and took a look at the back of his head. The tiny logo of J-Corp is branded on it. J-Corp? J-Corp? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Let me just go back into the game for a bit. It was D-Corp. Rodgers Canto. And it has a lock with the J-Corp logo. Oh, right. The thing that can lock anything, right? Or was it the safe? It was one of the two, right? It was the lock stickers, and then was it this? I am forgetting. Yeah, it can lock anything. I think it was. That was the singularity of J-Corp. If I'm remembering right. Because if so, then okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, let's move on. You have the ability to lock anything on a physical and conceptual level. Well then. Interesting. Indeed. Alright, let's continue forward. Indeed, it's locked with a singularity. The client must have spent quite a bit of money. Still, there's a way, as long as it's not the more expensive type. Yes, it was discussed. It was discussed about Hui. The ability to lock anything on a physical and conceptual level. I exhaled a white puff through the pipe. The smoke coils around the mobster's body. Now, take a deep breath in. They began to tremble as they inhaled the smoke. You're not acting out of your own will anymore. You're obeying my will. The lock will obstruct your thoughts no longer. They slowly began to speak at last. Yuria Atlight wanted to study the mechanics of that pipe. Said it's okay for us to kill as long as we brought the thing. Ezra's eyes were wide open, shocked by what she had just heard. Ezra, do you know anything about Yuria Atlier? Of course, it's a premium workshop only accessible to people with a membership. It's probably one of the top 10 workshops in District 14, I think. The workshop mechanics. The workshop maniac's eyes sparkled as she gave me the explanation. Then why don't we just join that membership? The conditions are a bit tricky. I don't think they'll accept us. They want to study the mechanisms of my smoking pipe, huh? I'm interested in learning how this thing works as well. Do you think that workshop could provide us with the gear we need? Yeah, you bet. They most certainly have the skills. Ezra, lead me to this Yuria Etli. Let's say hello to whoever tried to get us killed and take this thug with us just in case. Well then. Interesting. It was on the shorter side, but it was definitely interesting. Okay, so let's get the music back on. Chapter 6, Smoking Pipe. No distortions here. It's here. While going on a shopping run, Moses and Ezra encounter a group of people following them. Encounter a group of people following them. Moses and Ezra encounter a group of people following them. Where what was it? Where the mobsters wanted the pipe. Where the mobsters wanted the pipe Moses has. The smoke pipe Moses has. It's here that we get to see some of the alternate forms of said pipe. It can become a crimson sword, or become a whip with purple thorns. That's unfortunate. We were looking forward to graceful trade. We get to see a fun fight. Get to see the duo fight ruthlessly. To see the duo fight ruthlessly. And down to the leader of... If you feel like the quality of my notes is dropping, that's because I've been writing these notes for quite a bit, that's why. So, yeah. I think getting to chapter 8 should be the end, honestly. Because even now it's like, yeah, I think that's gonna be enough for me, at least. And maybe we can do chapter 12 tomorrow, who knows. You get to see the duo fight ruthlessly. Coming down. then only and the only remaining person left is the leader. Okay. Pretty interesting. Interesting how Ezra fights with her gadgets and Moses with her smoke pipe. After beating down everybody, we learn that mob was ordered by... What was the name of the workshop? It was ordered by Yuria. Okay. Let me just place this here. Was ordered by Yuria at Lyre to get the pipe but they wanted to study its mechanics. They wanted to study its mechanics. It's one of the top 10 workshops of Incorp. The top 10 workshops of Incorp. The J Corp singularity makes an appearance here. Jacob singularity makes an appearance here. A lock which can lock anything on a physical and conceptual level. It was used to lock the memories of the contractor for this mob. It was used to lock the memories of the contractor for this mob. Yeah, that's about it. I think that's mostly it. Chapter 6, I'll read my notes out loud now. No distortions here. While going on a shopping run, Moses and Ezra encounter a group of people following them where the mobsters wanted the smoke pipe Moses has. It's here that we get to see more of some of the alternate forms of said pipe. It can become a crimson sword or become a whip with purple. Said smoke pipe. Yeah, it can become a crimson sword or become a whip with purple thorns. You get to see the duo fight ruthlessly. Pretty interesting how Ezra fights with her gadgets and Moses with her smoke pipe. After beating down everyone, we We learned that this mob was ordered by Yuria Etla to get the pipe for they wanted to get the pipe as they wanted to study its mechanics. It's one of the top 10 workshops of N-Corp. The J-Corp singularity makes an appearance here, a lock which can lock anything on a physical and conceptual level. It was used to lock the memories of the contractor for this mob. Anyways. Yeah, I think that's about it. Because I don't think there's much else here. Other than some of the dialogue, the fight scene, them going through, and offering 100 million on for it. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Let's continue. Report. Oh, what's this? Moses and Ezra, Moses' office. They handle mysteries and unsolved cases. That's a report from Moses' office. 7 Association Office Fixer Report N18-2301. Author Han Hee Jun. Moses' office. Ah, okay, the office is named Moses' office. Handle mysteries and unsolved cases. That's Moses' design. She's 49? Okay. I mean, makes sense, but still. Damn, almost touching her 50s. And that's the pipe, huh? Female. 7 Association affiliation, grade 5 fixer. Height is 5 foot and 1 inch. Okay. Hobbies: closing her eyes and indulging in deep thought, cleaning her smoke pipe. That's her hobbies. Specialties: concentration, quick wits. Birthday: 30th November. Aha. Likes tobacco. Spending time calmly immersed in thought. Dislikes: whiners, impatient people, noise. That's Ezra. She's tall. 28. Has an entire dimensional gadget bag and a coat. Hags and PM name a more iconic duo. 7 Association. A grade 3 fixer? A grade 3 fixer is working under a supposedly grade 5 fixer. Huh. Okay. 6 foot 2 inch, alright. Collecting workshop weapons, snacking on cookies while the detective isn't looking. That's her hobbies. Specialties: request fee negotiations and hectic brawling. Birthday January 27th. Likes expensive and powerful weapons, sweets such as sugary coffee and cake, small animals, houses, ham pan mustard sandwiches. Of course they had to promote their own food chain. Dislikes: waiting for Moses to finish thinking. It's understandable. Flowers: she's allergic to them. Okay, I mean, this is nothing to write home about, because it proceeds to chapter 7, right? I can come back to this later on. I don't need to mention it in my notes. Chapter 7, Yuria Atla. Hey, if any one of you are enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I can get. Thank you very much. And don't forget, there's the option to financially support me if you want to go all the way, though you're not obliged to. Anyways. Chapter 7, Yuria Atla. Okay, let's mute the game music, and let's finally see what this is going to be about. Okay, it's not too long. Yeah, we should be able to do the next chapter as well. Behold your graceful maneuvers in this elegant smoke. Alright. Ezra leads the way, carrying the fedora mobster on her shoulder. She seems excited to visit the esteemed workshop she's never gotten to enter before. The mobster with a smashed face tries to negotiate with us. Hey, don't take me to Europe, please. She's going to use me as a test subject, I'm sure of it. Do you really care for the well-being of a crook who tried to kill us? Yeah, just kill me now. I'd rather die here than be brought to that sick bastard. All the more reason to take you to her, then, I answered, smoking from my pipe. Whoa, I used to just take a peek at this place when I walked by, and now we finally get to see what's inside. Is this the place? Seems pretty small for a renowned workshop. A square building, about 3 meters tall, stood by itself at the center of the street. The small letter was written on the workshop door read, Yuria Atli. Under that was a kind of instruction that read, please knock only if you are part of our membership. I read in a catalog that Yuria Atli is run by one person. I think that's why it's so small. I assume it only produces goods in small quantities then? That's not the case, actually. I heard the workshop values both quantity and quality. Only 3 meters. That's... yeah, some spatial shenanigans are going on there. That's rather suspicious. But before that, how do we get in here now? I could have as a break through a door of this size, but as with most things in the city, you should never judge something by looks alone. The door could very well be armed with some full hardy security device that melts whoever touches it without authorization. Hey, Fedora, how do I get into this workshop? You gotta have the membership. Well, do you have it? Now, Syndicate took on the job so we could get it. So how did you meet Yuria then? Detective, actually, Yuria Adler chooses its own clients. The workshop sends the membership invitations to potential patrons, but we haven't gotten anything yet. Ah. What kind of stupid criteria makes this a fedora wearing moron eligible and not us? You tell me. Fedora, go open that door. What? No way. Who knows what kind of security system it might have? How about this then? If you do as I say, I won't hand you over to Yuria. You promise? Sure. Fedora walks over to the door. They broke into a cold sweat, hesitating to touch the door, before finally reaching out to the door handle. I have no clue, but why the fuck am I imagining Spy from TF2, just in a green outfit, with his mask off, with a fedora, sneakily trying to open the door while sweating buckets. That was a weird mental image. Nothing happens yet. They turn the handle and slowly pull it. You're welcome. The door opens, revealing a staircase leading underground. It seems to go pretty deep down. I know the workshop couldn't be this small. Wow, detective, I guess the real workshop is down there. Am I free now? Take the lead. Damn it. We walk downstairs. Tremors can be felt coming from below. My instincts tell me that this isn't ordinary. Quiver. Something is approaching us. Quickly. Detective, what's that? Actually, what is that? A bear? A boar? A bear? A giant creature is running towards us. It's a teddy bear! So cute! Ezra gleefully spoke with a twinkle in her eyes. What it's about to do to us doesn't seem very cute. A giant teddy bear charged at us on all fours. Is that a part of this workshop's security system? Curious, or perhaps it's... Ezra, stop that thing. Yes. The teddy bear swung its paw at the fedora mobster in front of us, removing the upper half of their body in one clean sweep. Wow. Who could have seen that coming? Spicy fist mode. Ezra equipped Namir workshop gauntlets on both her on her both hands. On both her hands. Yeah, the English translation for this is a little off at places, but doesn't matter much. I am though positively interested in this. What's it called? Distortion Detective. So even though it takes me like till the end of December, I'm probably gonna do like 4 separate streams on it. So get ready for a lot of reading content, y'all. You all are not getting Canto 7 until like probably January at this point. The impact of Ezra clashing with the teddy bear sent a shockwave through the basement. Ezra's body is augmented through an expensive and unusual procedure. I must say that teddy bear is impressive in its own right for enduring her sheer strength. With a shout, Ezra pushed the bear away and activated her gauntlets. G-Corp singularity is applied to Namir Workshop's gauntlets. The weight of the spear embedded in the center of the gauntlets can be freely controlled. Oh, G-Corp, Gravity Corp, I think, or something like that. I don't know. Ezra raised the weight of the gauntlets and punched the rushed teddy bear in the head. With a loud noise, cotton stuffing burst into the air. Ezra's fist ripped a large hole into the teddy bear's head. She continued to pummel the new G-Corp. I guess this is the new G-Corp because if I remember, the old G-Corp fell down in the smoke wars, right? As well as maybe the old L-Corp as well. I have no clue. But something to do with gravity if it's weight manipulation. Aye. Good to know, Luxon. She continued to pummel the bear with both her hands, punching even more holes in the teddy bear's body. Cotton stuffing exits the bear and fills the air with each hit until the bear was torn beyond recognition. So basically, Ezra finished. Ezra satisfied her urge of completely destroying a stuffed teddy bear. I see. I did a good job, right? Ezra spoke triumphantly. You did indeed. The fact that the teddy bear had nothing but cotton inside of it still bothered me. Going further down, we arrived at a large corridor, and what awaited us there caught us by surprise. Gosh darn it. Oh! Wait! The teddy bears! Is this, do confirm, Luxon, is this the combat note you get in the teddy bear that likes to hug you? And it's from this workshop? Because I immediately connected that to this. I don't know if it's a separate abnormality, but that's what I remember. Nope. Oh, okay. This one was red. Okay. I wasn't expecting this much. This place is a real piece of work. No wonder we couldn't be invited to that membership. The whole workshop is a distortion. Oh, well then, we finally find out. No, it is a distortion. Teddy bears of various sizes are moving diligently. This place is like an automated factory. Whoever is running this factory should be avoiding us if they know anything about the work we do. They're using the distortion to operate their workshop, so they obviously wouldn't want it to be solved. They're still cute though. Me. For you, maybe. At least you have the strength to fend off those teddy bears if they tried to kill you. Walking past the industriously working teddy bears, we reach the end of the corridor. A big workbench is placed there. Other than its enormous size and the use of too many vibrant colors, it appears to be a regular workbench. And someone is standing before it as if she were waiting for us the whole time. Oh my gosh, Shurya! Ezra hopped up and down in excitement. She then took something out of her bag, approached Yuria with a looping stride. What is she trying to do? Autograph this book here, please. Ezra pleaded, bowing her head. I've been collecting autographs of workshop misters. In this book, you see. Yuria approached me, paying absolutely no attention to Ezra. Yuria spoke in a youthful voice, a clear and bright voice. The gleam in her eyes was different from Ezra's. There's plenty of equipment that can change form, but that pipe of yours is fundamentally different. I'm sure you're aware of it. It even modifies one's physical makeup without any surgeries or procedures. When did you get that pipe? How did you learn to use it? I've been looking for such an object for so long. I know, right? Detective smoking pipe is so mysterious, right? Ezra chimed in, quickly shoving her booklet back into the bag, with her face turning red. How distracting. I never quite expected the talented Meister to be such an arrogant chatterbox. She's not the kind of person I want to be entangled with. You know the Red Mist, the legendary fixer. Yeah, I've met her a couple times. The Red Mist's fabled tales of heroics weren't born out of nothing. The weapon she used to brandish and the clothing she used to wear were actually the same sort of equipment as the smoking pipe you're using. Red Mist mentioned also that. So you mean to say it's ego gifts? Right, it's ego gifts. So that smoking pipe is an ego gift. Yuria paused for a moment. I'm sure you can feel it too, maybe vaguely. That smoking pipe resonates with your emotions. She's right. This pipe is nowhere as simple as the likes of a mechanical arm that moves according to command. It resonates with my feelings. It's as if the pipe is a part of me. I've been running this workshop not just to earn cash, but to gather information from the area around me. All the places I've been to before were busts, but look at this. Hey, Hermie, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Also, spoilers! You're not supposed to ruin the surprise yet. Let the story tell it for me. This is your final warning. If I'm theorizing on something or seeing and spouting out my own theories, no confirming nor denying it. Only confirm or deny it when I ask it to be confirmed or denied. Thank you very much. But still, welcome to the stream regardless. A video starts playing from the screen behind Yuria. It's footage of us fighting syndicate gangs in the MT lot earlier today. Astonished, Ezra covered her mouth with her hands. Recorded footage. You had the audacity to break the taboo of District 14? Are young people these days all bold and brash like you? Yuria went on without a care for our reactions. Yes, Hermie. Of course I can. Why? So how are you going to try studying it? By looking into your mind. I need to know you. It takes time to get to know each other. How's this sound, Moses? Are you prepared to show me your heart? Detective, do you really trust her? I mean, she sounds so suspicious. Ezra yelled in panic. Moses, you're going to trust me no matter what. I know you can see it. Right, what can I do for you then? I answered softly. Detective! Ezra was desperate to make me reconsider. Yuria slowly walked toward me and whispered into my ears. I'll be your assistant. I want to watch you from up close. I'll make gear and equipment just for you. I want to be of help to you. All so you can open up your heart to me. That something's going on. Yuria smiled. I put my hand on my forehead for a moment. This reminds me of some unpleasant memories of the past. I remember meeting someone just like her. I had no option then, and I have no option now. The lifeline that descends upon me, and there's no way out. The rope I must hold on to. These are the only kind of opportunities that ever come to me. Ezra, we're back to the office. Yes, Chief. With Yuria. Empty a storage room for her. What? Yuria followed right behind me. While it took care of Ezra a moment to get moving, the storage room in our office was remodeled into Yuria's personal space. She promised to make equipment for us under one specific condition, that we take her with us whenever we set off to solve cases. Detective, it's so weird. Why aren't you solving her distortion? She broke the taboo of the district too. Ezra complained as she stuffed Pan's mayonnaise-flavored sandwich in her mouth. I'm simply making use of Yuria's strengths, and I have you to count on, so don't worry. I soothed Ezra. I imagine she's going to be sulking for a while. I, Moses, have no trust in other human beings. I do not trust the words of Yuria, a stranger. I simply trust my eyes. What? She's not distorted. I do not see any distortion from Yuria. Hold on a minute. I mean, that tells me two things. Either she's normal, which she can't be. The second thing, she hasn't experienced any of the ideal breaking phenomenon yet. She just strongly believes in her ideals. That's it. But that's interesting. What the next chapter holds. Not waking from their dreams, huh? Anyways, a Thai young procedure or something. Even though I said it would be a bit of a shorter one, it ended up being quite long. I mean, not quite long, but still a bit longer. Okay. Chapter 7. Yuria Atlier. Is it Atlier or Atlier? I don't know. Have no clue on how to pronounce it. But I'll just go ahead with this. So. We continue from where we left off in the previous. We continue from where we left off in the previous chapter with our duo plus complementary tree. Our duo plus complementary person. Thing here. Yeah. We left off in the previous kind of the duo and plus complementary person going to the Yuria Atlier workshop. Run by the person with the same name, I think. So that's the first thing that happens. Put a complimentary person. Yes. I'll call him complimentary person. Gets used as bait to test the security of the door of the entrance to the workshop. Use it as bait to test the security of the entrance to the workshop. Everyone, all three enter. Wait, get stopped by big teddy bear who mashes the complimentary person to bits. The upper half of the complimentary person to bits. Alrighty, now man, my neck. I'm doing so much typing that my neck is not having a good day, let's just say. Get stopped by Big Teddy Bear, who mashes the upper half of the complimentary person to bits. In return, Bear gets pummeled. Bear gets pummeled by Ezra to bits. Lo and behold, the entire workshop is a distortion. Workshop underground is a distortion, which is, huh. Lo and behold, the entire workshop underground is a distortion. It's a big place with teddy bears of all shapes and sizes. It's a big place with the teddy bears of all shapes and sizes. Working a industrialized environment. Working in an industrialized, it's a big place with teddy bears of all shapes and sizes, working in an industrialized environment. Uria, we need. Oh, we're back. We're back. What the fuck happened? Oh, Jesus Christ. I got scared. Are we back? Yeah, we should be back. We should be back. Hello. Yes, hello. Oh, the YouTube fucking scared me. You know, I was wondering, wait, why is nobody chatting in chat? What happened? And then I look at my OBS connection. It's entirely terminated. It has already tried reconnecting to the YouTube servers to stream the stream like twice, and it was on a 90-second delay. And I was like, what the fuck? So I stopped the stream and started the stream again while I hadn't ended the stream from YouTube side. So, for example, if I get a bad connection and the stream starts dying, I can stop the stream from OBS side and start it again. So the connection kind of kickstarts again, and hopefully it fixes itself. And that's my common troubleshooting method. But yeah, I had tried it 5 times. It was not working. I was changing settings on OBS, and now it finally worked. Bro, the YouTube fucking server jump scared me. I just thought it was my YouTube because it always reloads when I'm on other apps and I watch someone stream. Hello, Patton, and welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. And you know, the thing is, I was about to ask chat, okay, I think we can leave it after reading 7 chapters because I'm just gonna, my voice can't really go much longer. I'm gonna need to end the stream here. So I was about to ask chat's opinion on it, and then here comes YouTube. The server's shitting themselves for a bit, for whatever reason, and giving me a jump scare. Because YouTube normally is working. I had YouTube open here, and it was working. I don't know why the creator side servers were having a bad time for a bit, but hey, we're back, and yeah. Jesus Christ. Hello everybody that we lost. Probably for the best after the freeze. I was wondering if it was just me. Yeah, at least by your guys' statements, at least it wasn't going on for too long, so that's good. Anyways. Yeah, I don't have the voice capacity to be going any longer than this. It's almost 6 hours long. I'll just rename the stream to like, oh hey, what's it called? We're only doing chapter 1 to 7 in 6 hours, plus taking notes. But anyways, thank you all for watching. If you did enjoy, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I really appreciate all the support I can get. And for all the water watchers that couldn't catch it live, remember there's a comment section down below to comment all your thoughts, misgivings, anything else you might have. Anyways, see you in the next one. Join a membership if you want for some special bonus, for some special benefits. But anyways, see you in the next one, probably the day after tomorrow. And this time I'll actually remember to set up stream. Bye bye. Good night.